Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the third and final day of the 2024 Philippine SE Roadmap Conference with the theme Harmonizing SE and SSE Initiatives for ASEAN Contribution to SDGs. In a few moments, we will be showing a security briefing video. Morning. I am your host again today on our last day in this 3-day conference. Before I start, I would like to remind everyone again that we have exciting lineup of booths in the foyer, including inspiring social enterprises and initiatives. Do stop by to discover unique products from the Tatak SE store, the Quezon City LGU, and other SSE and SE organizations. From tasty treats and artisanal bags to eco-friendly essentials, there's something for everyone. And these items make fantastic mementos from our conference. This is also a chance to meet and connect with our exhibitors, exchange ideas, and perhaps even spark new partnerships. And don't miss the Alagang Ayala Land and BPI booths where you can learn more about their programs designed to uplift and support social enterprises. Take advantage of your breaks to explore, connect, and see the impact of social enterprises in action. We hope that the last 2 days have been exciting, informative, and you have been able to connect with people that you'd love to meet, you'd love to collaborate with, and I hope you've gotten their calling cards and contact details. So, are we ready for today's session? Are we ready? Okay. To start today's session, we will hear from the Philippine SE Roadmap Council as they present their 2025 plans. Each subsector representative, the cooperatives, NGOs, academic institutions, MSMEs and people's associations and corporations will share their action programs for the coming year, reflecting the outcomes of yesterday's collaborative workshop. So first, we would like to invite Mr. Ray John Paul Santiago, representative of the chairperson of the cooperative subsector. Let's give him a warm round of applause.
Hello, good morning, everyone. I know, first in line, so a little bit tough when it comes to having your energies up. So I think it would be better if I can explain what we've discussed with our subsector, now with the cooperative subsector. So again, first, good morning, everyone. I hope you've had your breakfast kanina and had your coffee so that we will have a bit of more energy this morning. So I will be presenting the SE Roadmap Council 2025 subsector plans for the cooperative subsector. And I think it would be better to explain our new set. Well, some of them, I think you've met them since day one, no? For the national subsector co-chairs, we still have Father Anton as our chairperson, representing Union of Metro Manila Cooperatives. Then we have Dr. Garibaldi O. Leonardo as co-chairperson, coming from the Philippine Cooperative Center. I think, of course, may asterisk to. Mamaya I will explain what the asterisk is for, especially when it comes to cooperatives deciding who will represent for them in any other activities. So for North Luzon, we have Cordillera Administrative Region Cooperative Union, represented by Engineer Clano Bibaldo, but that's an asterisk because we will still inquire with him, and I think their board of directors of the cooperative will still, of course, decide who to represent. To explain further, for the cooperative subsector, our leaders and representatives are not, we are not represented by the people, by the person per se, no? It's per organization because it might change. The people may change, but the organization will remain. They will just choose the representative possibly every year who will represent them in the subsector committee. Now, for NCR, we have one cooperative insurance system of the Philippines, still the same, led by Mr. Roy Miklet, CEO Roy Miklet. And then for South Luzon, we have Southern Tagalog Union of Cooperatives, led by Ms. Reg Sobreviñas. And then for Visayas, Victo, I think they are participating here with us online. Victo National, led by their CEO, Mr. Joe de Tablan. And then for Mindanao, by the way, we had a discussion with our BARM affiliates, allies, and friends. So we've decided to create two leadership areas or two additional areas. One, Mindanao, then we separated BARM. Now for Mindanao, we have Cooperative Union of Iligan City, Dr. David Almares. And then we have, this is not a cooperative, but for now, they are our partner in BARM, Cooperative and Social Enterprise Authority or CISEA. They will be our partner in our activities for BARM. So I will explain that further when I discuss how our subsector will try to assist BARM in their activities for social enterprise. So what is our 2025 plans? Okay. I think before I discuss these plans, I need to explain further what the National Union of Cooperatives is. Father Anton, I think, explained it first in the first day and second day. Now, the cooperative sector in general, is trying to, well, we are in the registration process now. We're just waiting for the registration to finish, is establishing a national union of cooperatives to be a unifying voice for the sector. The members of this tertiary level, national in scope cooperative are federations and unions coming from the secondary. I will repeat what Father Anton said. So on the lower level, or on the first level, we have people who will be joining primary. What you all, I think, mostly know as the primary cooperatives. These primary cooperatives will join secondary level cooperatives. These may be federations or unions. And then these secondary federations and unions, federations doing business, unions, cooperative unions focusing on advocacy, lobbying, education, and training, will be joining a mother institution, which is what we are establishing, the National Union of Cooperatives. Now, the National Union of Cooperatives will be the primary link of the SE roadmap to the cooperative subsector. That's why if you check the plans here, most of them are plans integrated or rather the plans of the National Union of Cooperatives. So first, we hope to have our first General Assembly by the first quarter of 2025. And then after that, we hope to onboard all prospective members of the NUC to the SE roadmap. This will be our main linking network with the other SE subsectors. And then next year, we are preparing, hopefully, for the first NUC National Summit. That will be a year-long process. And then, of course, next year, as Sir Balu Iyer mentioned, no, in the first day, sorry, we will have the International Year of Cooperatives next year. So we hope, no, we can also invite, no, in the celebration, not just by NUC, but also by CDA and other big cooperatives, we can invite other speakers, other organizations, other SE subsectors in our celebration of the International Year of Cooperatives. We are also hoping to complete 5 cooperative book projects on the Union Network. Actually, this is already in partnership with the Bayan Group, no? By third quarter of 2025. And then, I just included, because I just mentioned, right, that the National Union of Cooperatives will be the primary link of the SE roadmap to the other subsector, of the cooperative subsector to the other subsector. So I'll just mention, what will be the NUC doing? Well, we'll just be doing our core functions. And then we hope that while we do our core functions, we partner with other subsectors while we do that. So what is the core functions of NUC? We have advocacy, lobbying. Mostly that's for amending of laws, issues of taxation, the PIFITA law. We've been doing this, no? We've been doing this already. Then we have our promotions and marketing. There is the SE brand, and there is also the cooperative brand. So we hope, no, to learn more from that branding lesson. Then we have institution building. Basically, that only means gathering more cooperatives as members of the NUC. And then for education and training, we hope to conduct high level, just so we won't compete with our members, no, because that is not allowed. Now for research and development. So this is your usual data gathering, creation of social impact research, and I put some asterisks in key areas: promotions, education and training, and research and development. Why? Because I think those are the core functions of NUC where we will tap our network with the SE. For example, no, in the research and development, again, we've been trying to launch this with the Bayan Group. So maybe next time we hope we can tap, aside from PUP, who has their own cooperative course, we can also ask assistance or tap help from our friends in the academe. We can hopefully ask, no, the experts of R&D from our corporate friends. So that's one. And then education and training, it's the same thing. No? I hope that the cooperative sector will learn more from the other subsectors in the SE. when it comes to capacity building. And the same with, of course, promotions. Now, for the 2025 inter-subsector collaboration plans, we'll be retaining most of the activities because we think it fits. First of all, it fits the functions of the NUC. Second, because we actually haven't started it officially, right? We're still in the planning phase. So it will be continuing. That is our Lakbay Aral with the MSMEs, associations, and academe. We will get back to our friends in the academe to fast track this. And then the integration of cooperatives in the SE curriculum. Of course, that's still there. Then training and capacity building with our MSMEs, associations, and corporations. All of these are national in scope because NUC is national in scope. Of course, value chain, market linking, also national. And then social impact measurement. This is what I was saying with research and development. So, what will be the NUC doing to assist in this model areas for BARM, for Odiongan, and for Quezon City? Actually, again, we've discussed yesterday together with our friends from BARM because she's from CISEA. So I think our discussions were in-depth regarding the situation of cooperatives in BARM. So admittedly, we will be focusing a bit there. Our first and only, I think this is already difficult, Our first task for BARM is to help them establish a strong cooperative union in the area. I think they already have, or they are, again, attempting to build one. And the NUC's role there will be, hopefully, to help them strengthen the existing union. Or if it's not yet there, to register the cooperative union. Again, the cooperative union in BARM will assist in the capacity building of the union of the cooperatives in the area. And that is actually one of the requests to NUC, even before meeting them here in the conference. For Odiongan, we hope to link primary cooperatives in the area. This is Region 4, if I'm right, Carlo? Yes. In the region, with our Southern Tagalog Union of Cooperatives. Why is this like this, under CDA memorandum circular, all primary cooperatives and secondary cooperatives are actually required to affiliate or to member with a secondary cooperative. That may be a union or a federation. The only difference is union provides advocacy support and training and education. Federation aims to expand the business capacity of the cooperative. Now, for Quezon City, admittedly, this is one of the areas where there are already strong cooperatives. So, much of our interaction here in Quezon City is to link unaffiliated primary cooperatives to unions and federations that are part of the NUC network. For example, if you want to have training and education or assistance in advocacy, or you want to learn more about tax exemptions and other things, we will try to link you with our friends from the QCUC or the Quezon City Union of Cooperatives if you're unaffiliated. Now, if you want to expand your business or if you want to look for insurance for your primary cooperative, we will try to link you with one CISP or hopefully with Climbs to have your insurance, or if you want to have your digital wallet, akin to GCash, we can also connect you with one CoopTech. It's that kind of thing. Again, focusing on unaffiliated. Because if you're unaffiliated, CDA would actually ask you. They will ask you to join a union or a federation. Okay, I think I'm done. Sorry, this is for our next partners in the NGO. Thank you, everyone, and I hope you can be with us for the next year.
Thank you, Ray. Thank you very much. Okay. Our next presenter is the incoming chairperson of the NGO subsector, Mr. Dodo Makasaet. Let's give him a warm round of applause.
Magandang umaga. Good morning. Sige. So I'll be reporting for the NGO subsector. Although Doc Ben, our current chairperson, is also here. So the subsector representatives, we actually discussed this at a meeting last October, and we confirmed this yesterday. So I'll be the incoming chairperson. Doc Ben will still be our co-chair. We have 3 co-chairpersons, one for each of the main island regions. So Doc Ben sa Luzon, Andy Coscaluela, who is from the Negros Women for Tomorrow Foundation for the Visayas, and Kathleen Joyce Otojan from the FICO Foundation from Mindanao. And then we have Clarice Quezon, North Luzon Clarice is from the Learning Without Borders. Jenna Mijares is from Plastic Bank. And Luke Orbos is from Bayan Edge. And then we have Emilio Tan from the Visayas, from Talarak Foundation. And Rashid Bangkolongan from Race Training Center. And Mai Baticolon from Acted. So our plans, what are our plans for next year? The subsector affirmed again the 3 strategies that were formulated last year, but we also added, to make it clearer, the programs that will support or that will be implemented along those 3 strategies. So for increasing the membership of the subsector, we plan to be more active and to clarify the onboarding process of affiliate networks and NGOs, and to streamline affiliate networks, including the ASEC network of Doc Ben, and then to streamline the onboarding process. Engaging the subsector members, we plan to do this mainly through the monthly symposia, which we also started last year. So these are online forum symposia where the members get to talk about their programs, about themselves, and try to establish links and networking and mutual support. And then we plan to activate the committees, which were set up or started around the second or third quarter of this year. The committees actually correspond to the key programs in the 3rd strategy. So we have a committee for each of those, for monitoring and evaluation, financing, platform, capacity dev, access to market, and volunteer immersion. And those 5 also correspond to the plans for the subsector collaboration, the inter-subsector collaboration. So the committees will work primarily on seeing what can be done among ourselves, how we can support each other within the subsector, and then work also with what can be done with the other subsectors. No? And then for the 3 model areas, Quezon City, Ojongan, and Barm, we discussed yesterday that it will be best, we think, to first focus on onboarding the NGOs in those areas. And this, we think, should be done also inter-subsector, meaning the onboarding will happen together with the other subsectors. I think the cooperatives subsector also mentioned that this is part of the work. So that will be the first and most important activity. And then after that, based on the needs assessment, we can go to the 4 others, capacity dev, then looking at support for financing, access to markets, and monitoring and evaluation. Yung monitoring and evaluation pala, we also discussed yesterday that it will be good. It's a need, it's a priority need of many, and we think it's important to work on that within the sector and also with the other subsectors, including with the academe and the other subsectors. So yun lang, di ba? Yun lang. So maraming salamat.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dodo Makasaet. Thank you. Okay, our next presenter, representing the MSMEs and People's Association subsector, the incoming chairperson, Mr. Raymond Aaron.
Hello. Thank you. Thank you, fans. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Yeah, so it's nice to be back on stage. Nice to be able to talk to everyone again. So now's the time to really move forward, talk about our plans. So for our MSME and PA subsector, I really wanted to yeah, let's talk about the people involved. So as you can see, there's still some gaps we need to fill out to within the next couple of months that we're working. But I've been very blessed that I got our former chair to come back on as a co-chair. Pinky understands it's a lifetime of service in this subsector. So thank you, Pinky, for agreeing to do that. We're also bringing in even more people from NCR. So Vinny Salonga, as well as Rowena is helping us for NCR. For South Luzon, we have Mary Rose Salazar and Rose Kesha Vergara. And then for Mindanao, we have our nanay superwoman, Jane Boterillo, to join us there. So we're really looking forward to that. But I think one thing I picked up earlier from the cooperative presentation that's not even here, like I'm working on it real time, is that I think we need to have our friends from BARM have representation separately. So I'll take this initiative when I'm done here to talk to some of our friends from BARM and see how we can include some representation outside Mindanao. I see some hands raising. Thank you. Okay, I already have a I already have a representative while I'm standing here. I'll get your name later, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And as you can see, I put down specifically MSMEs because there should be a second column there, the more we work on this subsector, to have representation for our people's associations, people's organizations, people's associations. I would want to have one particular person working on those things. So I am very, somehow with my work with the MSMEs, I am pretty particular with this sector, but I have much to learn about people's organizations, people's associations. So the goal is to bring in more people there. So one of our, as I mentioned, I think one key success factor for us is really bringing in people's associations into this mix. So for 2025 plans, I think I would be doing an injustice to Prof. Ed if I'm not starting with the end in mind. So I wanted to start with the end in mind, which is to have our own vision, even for our particular subsector, which is to have world-class social enterprises. And what does a world-class social enterprise entail? It means having world-class products and services that we can really be proud of. We can sell locally, we can export these products, we can be proud of it and really show it to the rest of the world. And that's what we're trying to do here. And for these products and services to be thriving in, let me borrow the QC term of community-driven economy. Since this is also an SSE conference, I think that whole idea of having a community-driven economy, I really wanted to have that perspective in our way of really growing this MSME and People's Association subsector. So going to specific plans, we have 3 anchor programs that we are continuing from last year, one of which would be capacity development, which means trainings and workshops. But it's really tied in, I can't put that in a separate basket as community building. And as simple as sharing stories, mentoring, and coaching, we do have a good pool of social entrepreneurs with our own stories to tell, our own stories to share to the next generation of social enterprises, the next generation of social entrepreneurs. And we really want to pool these stories, pool this training people so that we can have a community, but at the same time be able to develop the capacity of the next generation. And one thing that I'm also bringing into the table would really be access to market. It's something we've started with Sinag Sari-Sari, but really with this network, I mean, we're talking about the network of local players, ASEAN players. Now we can go further than just our local products being sold in the country, but being exported. That's really the dream here. How we can't say we're world-class if we can't even be out there to the rest of the world. So it's access to the market beyond the Philippines would really be something we'll be working on. Two more things that came up from yesterday's session that I'm now bringing into the picture would be access to financing. I think later it's my time to kind of call on to the other subsectors in my Power Rangers table over here, which is to work on certain things, which is in our case, we do not have that strong access to capital, access to financing for us to be able to scale our production, for us to finance some of the ready purchase orders. So we had some discussions yesterday wherein there's already a purchase order, but we could not fulfill those orders because of that lack of financing. So in Filipino, sayang naman. Diba? Sayang naman, it's already there, the opportunities are there. It's just a matter of how we can tie that in together. And lastly, since I am pretty convinced that we will have good products out there, we also need to have that eco-friendly, green approach to it. So we're looking at sustainable production and sustainable packaging. So we can't just continue putting out products there without really looking into this side of sustainability, eco-friendliness. So we want to look at that as well. So what collaborations can we look at? So sticking to those same points, we need your help, this table. So a lot of it would be really collaborations. I heard earlier about the Lakbay Aral. It's something we can continue doing with capacity development. We're not just sharing our knowledge, but I mentioned earlier, we're sharing stories of social entrepreneurs that can really impact, in a way, the next generation, potential social entrepreneurs, and we want to show that. Community building, just last Tuesday, a day before the conference, the subsector was actually hard at work with our own event in SparkFest, where we brought in a small group of social entrepreneurs to really build the community. Thanks, Lisa. Lisa was there as well. And I guess that's really the goal there, is to build a community of social entrepreneurs who are also helping each other. Access to financing, to the rest of the group, we do need that opportunity to tap into patient capital, as long as we can also make sure that these are viable, sustainable business models under our subsector. And for lastly, green initiative, I think this is our way forward as we battle climate change. It's something that we all need to kind of look into. So I put everyone, all different subsectors in that as well. So for the plans for the other regions, I heard Sir Rashid mentioned, I think that was yesterday, about the potential of the halal market and the lack of production in your area. So we have so many facilities here that are maybe have additional capacity. Maybe we can work on something like a business matching wherein production can be done here while you have the market, you have the expertise. Let's work on something. We have a good pool of social entrepreneurs na pwede magtulungan. So hopefully, it's something we can talk to as well. For everyone, for all these model areas, trainings, and workshops would be helpful. I keep on repeating, because these are actual entrepreneurs, actual social entrepreneurs that we can hear stories from. And we're putting that forward too. And hopefully, we can talk to these three model areas, and we're very much available to discuss on these things. And lastly, I wanted to put forward this idea of social franchising. So as social entrepreneurs, we have our own models that we have proven to be successful in our respective areas. These are sustainable business models, solid business models, just waiting for that next leap. So if you do have your own communities that are available and are looking for a model, why not do social franchising? We can tap into any of these social enterprises in our network, and let's see if we can work out something in your area. So if I started with the end in mind, I think I also need to end with the end in mind. So I wanted to repeat this point of really having world-class social enterprises thriving in a community-driven economy. And I guess I have 16 seconds to thank the people who made this possible. So I'd like to thank Bayan for bringing together all these Bayanis in the room, heroes in this room. And now is really the time for us to do our Bayanihan. So to help each other and really move forward in all these partnerships that we're doing. So again, I've been the Banana Chief. puno ng puso. Thanks for this morning. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Raymond. And now we will call on the co-chairperson of the Academe subsector, Mr. Aris Lacuna.
Ayan. Magandang umaga sa inyong lahat. Good morning, no? Aris Lacuna, and we're here to offer our services to all of you. And of course, we need some help from all of you as well. Okay, I'll use my clicker. So let's first start with, we'd like to look at the past or the recent past. But before we do that, I'd like to again acknowledge and present to all of you, our core team for the subsector. I guess you've met Dr. Norby Salonga from De La Salle University. Can we give them a big hand, please? Because these guys are seldom acknowledged, no? It's me, Aris. We have Miss Divine Gracia from CLSU, Central Luzon State University. Ma'am, where are you? There you go. Please stand to be acknowledged. We have Sir Francis Datu from Brightwoods School. He's missing, I guess. Okay. And then we have Darwin Anyar. I think Darwin is not here today. Okay. And then Nico Cruz from UST, University of Santo Tomas. Nico, please. Dr. Luisa Marsan from Cavite State University. Ms. Heidi Batosa, French Dampong, Siege Brasileño. And of course, Miss Lorraine Ngawosi from St. Louis, Baguio. Miss Lorraine will go around later to sign MOUs with you. Okay? Thank you. Our plans. And again, we need all of you on board with us on this. So I'm now showing you a few bullets of our targets for the coming year. And just allow me a few minutes to just go through them. Of course, we're now going for a legitimate and a government-accredited NASIA, no? And that is our aim. I hopefully will be the first to do this amongst the subsector. We're hoping to also launch anytime. In fact, we have prepared the launch of the first NASIA Design Thinking Challenge. This is a countrywide rollout. We will need the help of all partners on board because our grand scheme is to have the grand finals in the Ayala malls soon. So again, this hopefully will bring in the necessary traffic, from students, which are the potential, consumers of the future, Then of course we continue to have coaching and mentoring. We feel that students need to be coached and mentored, at a certain direction, knowing that SE is a specialized area. And again, we need to just simply go back to the roots and teach them the basics and the fundamentals. Again, we are now into the TNA and capacity building sessions. We've moved to phase 2 we're moving to phase 2 by 2025. Faculty Dev is at the core of NASIA. We're going for benchmarking initiatives in the coming months, going for research. Again, this is a route for all of us, for all subsectors. If you need data from us, because we have a good team of marketeers and entrepreneurs as well, going into this. Curriculum development is something that we are focusing on. Hopefully, we'd be able to work with the Commission on Higher Education and the Department of Education. And of course, social engagement. And of course, last on our line, but not the least, we will have our first service learning pedagogy. Now, we're very happy because our chairman is from De La Salle University. He has offered the program free of charge. But then again, we need some assistance in terms of bringing people together and academicians onto De La Salle in Manila. No? Let's move forward. By the way, the service learning can also be open to other subsectors if you'd be interested. For collaboration. All eyes here. Okay? Study tours. We're now cooking the Lakbay Aral. I'm very happy with the co-op subsector. I think they'll have the first run with University of Santo Tomas anytime. But again, we'd like to engage all subsectors, MSMEs, the associations, to come and join us. We'll have the boot camps coming in. At the forefront of preparing the ground for SE is really the preparation for innovation through creativity, and thus our interest to move design thinking into the forefront. Of course, we just celebrated our SE month. By the way, it's actually the subsector who's hoping to declare November nationally the Social Entrep Month to be in November. And yeah, I'm hoping that all the ASEAN member countries would be able to join us as well in this campaign. Okay? Of course, as mentioned, we continue to have our coaching and mentoring, events-based regular sessions, and sector-specific. No? I go back. We need not only mentor our students, we also feel that we have to mentor faculty who would like to be learned in the area, and of course, our stakeholders in the communities. And of course, membership building, very important. We all know that I think almost all parts of the Philippines has got an academic institution. Please help us, no, in bringing them over, bringing them in, no, because I think we'd be able to break through that barrier of knowledge if it would be able to refer to us who the contact persons are in your own ground. And the plans for model areas. Okay, so we've discussed this already. We're very happy that QC University has actually manifested its support. Odiongan, very happy that Attorney Trina, soon to be Governor Trina Fermalo, will also be helping us out in running the program, not only in Romblon, but also in the outskirts of the province. Of course, the BARM, no? Something close to my heart because my mother is from Basilan province. It is something that we will exert effort into. We've actually started engaging some BARM stakeholders, and I think we have a good institution. Mindanao State University in Iligan City would actually be at the forefront through and via NASIA. Ladies and gentlemen, the NASIA and our roadmap for 2025. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much, Mr. Aris Lacuna. And last but definitely not least, we will welcome the co-chairperson of the corporation subsector, Ms. Jinky Aguinaldo.
Good morning! Go green, but I'm from UST. So, kakulay ko si Raymond from MSME. Okay, again, magandang umaga po. Jinky Aguinaldo from Ayala Land, representing our head of the Alargang Ayala Land program of the Ayala Land, no? Okay, so this morning I'll present to you 4 items. First, there has to be a workforce that will make things happen for the corporation subsector, so you'll have the representatives. Then I'll go through the plans, no, for 2025 and the working committees. Then also we'll for 2025 as a group, as a corporation, we also had our brainstorming yesterday, or our work session. Then I'll present that, and some of those are really consistent with what we have planned last year. And last but not the least, also in the flow that we're asked to discuss was our plan for the for BARM, for Diongan, and Quezon City. Okay, now for the organization, we revisited the subsector representatives, and we have the following. Oops. Balik. Okay, so for we have Carmina as our chairperson. Then I'll continue to be from BPI Foundation. Then I'll continue to be the co-chair from Ayala Land. Then we have a new lead for North Luzon. She's Ellie Felisarta from Ayala AC Energy. Then for NCR, we have a representative from Globe, is Carlos Santos. He was here yesterday. Then for South Luzon, we have our GM for the Seda Nuvali, Mr. Armand Angeles is here today for the past 3 days. Then for Visayas, we have to divide them from Central, then Western Visayas. So we have Jainan from Bangko. You saw him during day one of the presentation. Then of the session, I mean. Then we have Bodhi Lamela from Ayala Land Malls. He's based in Bacolod, which is Western Visayas. Then Jovine Brodith is from our Ayala Land Malls in Cebu, so that's Central Visayas. For Mindanao, we have a representative from Cagayan de Oro. So she is Danae Solihon from Ayala Land Malls as well. Okay, now I think the next would be the plans we have for 2025. So, okay, so we have 3 working committees in the subsector, which are we have membership, then development, program development, and the onboarding. Okay, so for our objectives for the memberships committee, so which I head, is really to onboard Ayala subsidiaries into the corporation subsector. And in the latter slide, you will see our the member companies, no, in the subsector, in the corporation subsector. Then we prepare for the onboarding of the initial allies from other conglomerates. If we're ready, then we really started working on or did our research also on how the other conglomerates operate as when it comes to community development and the other CSR initiatives. Now, for program development headed by Carmina, our objective is really to pursue synergies between existing programs. We have to integrate because as a conglomerate, we have so many programs as individual companies, so we try to synergize them. Then concretize priority programs within the subsector and in collaboration with other subsectors because there are too many of them, of the programs, so we really need to prioritize. Now, then very important also, as a metric for us, is really to onboard the social enterprises. So we facilitate on the onboarding of the social enterprises within the current programs into the SE roadmap. And I think we started with that, working together with the MSME subsector last year. There have been some challenges because in terms of priority of the social enterprises, maybe they haven't reached that level to really appreciate, no, being taught, being involved in the capability building initiatives of the roadmap. Now we have a new lead, Mr. Bodhi Lamela of Ayala Land Malls, based in Bacolod. Okay, now I go to the. These are the initiatives we have or that we have done on the past year and moving forward as well. So we have first. The alignment of programs of the different onboarded companies of Ayala. So all of them, no, they have so many programs that we need to integrate. And we added BPI. BPI as also part of BPI Foundation operates separately from BPI. So we really need to include BPI as a bank. Same with BPI Banco because we learned that they have also programs that really cater to MSMEs, no, as a bank, no. So also, so you can see many of the member companies of the conglomerate are there already. Then we started first with just 3, no. So now we can see that there are a dozen of them already. And for onboarding, you heard about the initiative on EV. So that's the member company in charge for that is really our automotive or AC Industrials Company of Ayala and AC Mobility. So they also have programs for social enterprises. The focus they have for now, or the priority being new in the market, was really on technical development, no? Trainings for women. No? So that's aligned also with the SDG role that we need to play, no? That we need to align with. And these are the list of the companies also that we plan to onboard this year. And we also as part of the pacing of how we move out and recruit other conglomerates in the country. So these are the companies that we need to recruit and become member of the corporation subsector. And the low-lying fruit here, which I was not able to share with Prof. Carlo, is really Manila Water. Manila Water used to be a member of the group. So we align as far as the objectives and the strategies of how we take care of our community and develop the social enterprise. No? So we'll have them also as part of the conglomerate, they are a conglomerate as well under new leadership that we can recruit for this year. Okay. Next is, this is our role as a subsector with the rest of the subsectors in the roadmap. Okay, so the collaboration plans that we have, first is really focused on what we have. Carmina and Alagang Ayala Land, so we do the integration, and these are the activities that we have identified. Competitions to expand efforts of universities. I heard Aris report about it, that the awarding will be in Ayala Mall, so we can do that. Open to supplement BPI Foundation's grants with other foundation grants. Now, access to BPI Banco for working capital. Jainan has explained this during our first day session. Design of capacity building that can include Lakbay Aral. This is common in the plans of the subsectors with cooperatives, industry-based trainings with MSMEs and associations. Culmination during the Social Enterprise Month with trade fairs in Ayala malls. Okay, we can have that. And acceptance of promising SEs as locators, suppliers in Alagang Ayala Land. So all they have to do is really to approach the AAL leads that we have in each of the malls across the country. And it shows here that it's all the subsectors that are involved that we need to collaborate with, and the implementation would be nationwide. Okay, now for BPI Banco community, it's access to financial products, so BPI Banco, then financial inclusion trainings from BPI Banco as well, integrate trainings from other subsectors, and mobilizing available training from other Ayala companies. And I mentioned the latest that we have is really technical development programs for women by AC Industrials. Okay, then this will also, we will need to collaborate with the rest of the subsectors, and the implementation would be nationwide. Okay. As to our plans for the model areas, which are BARM, Udiongan, and Quezon City. Okay, so for BARM, we continue with the Sinag Inclusive Program headed by BPI Foundation. So we continue to have that. Then for Udiongan, same with, because we don't have presence in both areas. No? The nearest to BARM, the mall that is nearest to the BARM area is really our Cagayan de Oro. So maybe if you have products, I remember there are also some Muslim friends we had that sold their products in our mall in Abriza, that's in Davao, and same with the one we have in Cagayan de Oro, which is the Centrio Mall. But for this one, we really focus on because BPI Banco and BPI are present in both areas, no? So we also yesterday we heard from our chair also for our representative for NCR from Carlo that they also plan to implement Globe digital thumbprint. Training needs assessment on onboarded SEs from the municipality, customization of training design and training delivery. So Globe has this already, so they can easily have this implemented in Udiongan. For Quezon City, this is we need to continue also with this initiative of BPI Foundation on the Sinag Inclusive. Then we'll have Globe as well, implement their Globe digital thumbprint. Then we've been doing this also since 2021 on really catering to the social enterprises that are based here in QC. And also, we plan to really, in the other business, aside from the malls, we plan to expand Alagang Ayala Land centers and the different units that we have through pop-up stores. So expect that the next time you go to SEDA, you can see some social enterprises activated already. Okay, if Raymond had this vision of having a world-class social enterprise, I'll be honest with you, during the first part of the year, that was part of my KRA, and Prof. Carlo is aware of that the 3 items that was given to me as a mandate by my company, by my CEO during our quick start, was really to develop world-class social enterprises. And I have a budget for that. I just don't know how to go about it. So Raymond, that's a partnership I can promise with you to develop, to help you. Alagang Ayala Land will assist the MSMEs to come up with a world-class social enterprises. I'll be your partner with that. Okay? That's about it for the corporation subsector. Magandang umaga po and see you in Malaysia next year.
Thank you, Miss Jinky. I really had, when you mentioned your vision, I literally had goosebumps because we know with at least all of these subsectors, these visions will become a reality. So wonderful, wonderful. Thank you so much. We're very excited about that. Up next is our new is another segment. We will have a presentation from the core group behind the ASEAN Social and Solidarity Economy Roadmap, led by the Asian Solidarity Economy Council and the All-Party Parliamentary Group Malaysia. They will be sharing the 2025 action programs developed from our collaborative workshop discussion. Our first speaker for this segment, we will welcome him back on stage, speaking on the process of no, Rodmark, this is your fault. Sorry. Okay, I was just corrected. He's not our first speaker. We will hear from the director of My SDG Academy for Corporate Communication, APPGM SDG Malaysia, Zoel Nang.
Hello, thank you. Hi, good morning again. Oh, you are so kind. Thanks. All right, it's really an impressive day. Thank you so much, Alaya Land, for sharing the presentation just now. One thing I learned from this conference is accumulating the effort is really make an impact. I would say that this is not one of the best, but it's the best conference that I have attended. So really. Thank you, organizer. You know why? Because I feel that a lot of sharing is not that the things we want to do in the day one. It's a lot of accumulated effort. And therefore, I really hope that the journey can continue together and APPJM can be a part of it. So sharing on the ASEAN SDG SSE Summit, I just want to say that the work isn't started the first day as well. It's actually back to 2015. And Dr. Ben, Dr. Dennison, and YB Saifuddin at that time have started this foresting and ASEAN community through solidarity-based community enterprises. So this book is documented the journey, and YB Saifuddin is currently still with us, was our foreign minister of foreign ministry. So a little bit more about the ASEAN SDG SSE Summit. There has been seeing a lot of this poster these few days. So I will go more a little bit to provide the context about what is this ASEAN SDG SSE Summit about. The date is fixed, and we are welcome you. You may take out your calendar and start keying the date, 2nd and 3rd May 2025 in Kuala Lumpur. All right, so why we chosen this day? Because on the 3rd and the 4th May is the ASEAN IPA leaders. We are anticipating that the speakers, the parliament's members from the 10 ASEAN countries is attending, and we hope that could leverage on this avenue to get in more buy-in from the government. So the ASEAN SDG SSE Summit, we have started the journey since the 1st of January. We have hosted the My SDG International Conference in Eastin Hotel, and we have more than 15 countries participated, ILO as well. So ILO, after the event, they have published an article about ILO joined a regional network meeting on the social and solidarity economy in ASEAN and the Pacific in their official website. And in this conference, we also gained a lot of support of our local leaders, including our Deputy Minister from the UN Resident Coordinator, and the work continued to build on. In the April, YB Dato Dr. Dennison has presented in the UN Task Force webinar about the social and solidarity economy, full potential for sustainable development. While in May, we have launched these books, okay? So it's launched by our YB Hanifa. YB Hanifa is a big, strong figure in Malaysia, advocate for sustainable development, and she is a big supporter for our work. So we are glad to have her and others YBs. We have more than few YBs and senator in the pictures that launched this book together. On the 11th May, another conference that we have hosted. And later on, in the June, Dr. Ben, Panier, Dr. Dennison, and the groups, and also Dr. Eric, I have to emphasize Dr. Eric as well, one of our good resource person and also the advisor for the summit, attended this ILO workshop in Bangkok. And that is where the whole ideas actually get even clearer what we want to do. Later on, Dr. Ben will share on how to institutionalize the process. All right, and in the July, we have participated in HLPF. One of the prominent platform is called High Level Political Forum side event. HLPF is for those who are in Sustainable Development Goals. You will know that every year, every July, the whole country, the global countries' leaders will be in United Nations HQ, New York, to present the progress of SDGs. And we hosted one side event online and talked about accelerating SDG through SSE initiatives, case study from ASEAN. And later on, July and ongoing, we have various webinars that build up the momentum. We have to make sure that this is not just another activity, but this is really a platform, an avenue to forward something that meaningful for the world. So you can see some familiar faces, okay? So it started with we're having our former Minister of Economy, Dato Sri Mustafa, sharing, and also Dr. Victor sharings, and Dr. Ben, Dr. Ari is together online as well. And later on in August, many familiar faces here. I hope to see you in Kuala Lumpur as well. August, September, October, we continue the series. And in terms of the preparation, what we have done at the present moment, we have actively communicated with our Parliament Secretariat. We have sent a letter to the Prime Minister. We have sent a letter to the Ministry of Economy and working with the Secretariat who are hosting the ASEAN People Forum in Malaysia next year. Their tentative time is on 1st and 2nd. So we are trying to align our time close by so that we can get more participants from the ASEAN country. Well, tomorrow, right? On Monday, we are going to meet our Speaker of Parliament to pitch more or to share more. Actually, it's our Speaker of Parliament invited us to share more on this event, and we are looking for a positive outcome. And on the 21st of November, we are going to meet our Foreign Ministry department. So why we want to do this summit and why it might be relevant to all of you? That this is first a stock check for the SDG and SSE implementation. SDG is the 2030 goals, and we are in the halfway. So what is the lesson that we have learned? What is the best practices that we can adopt? And the challenges, we should overcome it immediately. And also, it is a platform to showcase the best practices and to foster the solidarity and enhance the cooperation. Again, later, Dr. Ben will talk more on the process to formalize the, institutionalize the whole effort. While we are working with different partners, and what is more relevant is that this yellow box, we have a column is open for proposal. So what we are thinking now is we are going to have the 2 days event. Opening, closing, preliminary will be together. While others time, it will be on different track. So APPGM SDG is going to host on the SDG, while AZ will focus on the SSE. We have another is on youth. Youth currently, a few of the interfaith has expressed their interest, Baha'i, Shuzi, YMCA, and a few of them. And we might have an interfaith collaboration for the youth to present their progress in the sustainable developments as well. So that is another slot. It's open for proposal. Okay, if you're interested, very welcome. Okay. All right, so the expected outcome from this event is a strategy action endorsed by the summit participants will outline the detail of commitment, innovation in the initiatives and collaboration effort that we can advance the journey together. All right, so a little bit more about yesterday's discussion as well. Yesterday we have a very fruitful and energetic and excited discussion. Even halfway, Dr. Ben and Julie created the online link to send to those who cannot come in person, but to join online. So 10 points elicited from yesterday's discussion is why SDG? Some people is asking, this is SSE, this is Social Enterprise Conference, what is SDG? One of the main reasons why SDG is because SDG has been adopted by the 193 countries. And this is the global movement. If you can ride on this train, you will get a lot more buy-in and together, all right, to accelerate the progress. And where is our HomeNet? Where is our HomeNet people, our HomeNet friends? Okay, we received a very excited, give them a clap, you know. We received a very excited news that 30 of them from 6 countries have committed and will come and join the 2025 conference. Is that correct? Yeah, thank you. And we are looking for more people from the ground as well. And then we have to start identify the regional organizations operating in ASEAN to become the anchor point. And also to emphasize the involvement and the buy-in of the local authorities. One other thing is, we also proposed, participants proposed that it should have an ASEAN Academy, the special issues to document the conference, the summit, all right? And we also proposed to, the crowd also proposed to invite OSFAM, ASEAN, ILO, UN, ESCAP, UN, to join the conference. Another thing is to activating the UN Task Force for the Social Solidarity Economy for the ASEAN Pacific region. And this part I will also leave to Dr. Ben to explain more. The others is to start to have the commitment by the Ministry of Foreign in Malaysia. And also this is a platform to provide opportunities to showcase the SSE initiative in the ASEAN countries. All right, so we have a few logos. It's already show interest and to be part of it. And, and I hope that your logo will be out very soon as well. We're really looking forward that we can enlarge this community. So what you can be a part, first of all, in the very, very minimum bar, you are most welcome to become the participants. All right, come and become the participants. Or if you are interested to become our track organizer, you can propose what you want to do. And I really sincerely want to invite Yalaland that your social impact work is really impressive. I really hope that the Malaysia and other countries can learn from you. If you can take the lead to lead the corporate sectors, I think it's really awesome. And I give you my commitment. If you come and lead the track, I will do others follow-up work, which means that it won't be a one-time work, but we might plan for follow-up work, and my team and our team will commit to do the follow-up work, to showcase the best practices from the corporate sectors. All right, thank you very much, okay? And of course, be our resource person. We met many good resource person in this conference. And if you have any proposal, we are still very open to take it. All right, so this is our contact, and this is the team, and we wish to have more champion in the ground like our Madam Joy. I really inspired by her. All right, so this is all from me. Is there any questions? I should leave it to Dr. Ben, and we may have our Q&A after Dr. Ben and also the others. All right, thank you very much. Stay in touch.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Zoel. Thank you so much. Thank you. Our next speaker will speak on the process of institutionalization. Dr. Ben Quinones.
Good morning, everyone. I don't have any PowerPoint presentation because I'd like you to use your creative mind for this process of institutionalizing the 2025 SDG Summit, which will be hosted in Malaysia, and then 2026 Philippines, 2027 Singapore, 2028 Thailand, 2029 Vietnam, 2030 the day for the SDGs, it will be in Brunei. How do we institutionalize this? There are three major ideas that we discussed yesterday. The first is the UN track. The UN track, in July, we discussed in Bangkok, Professor Carlo was there. We discussed this because ILO thought of establishing the UN Task Force and SSE Asia Pacific. Yesterday, I talked to Jonathan from UNSCAP. I said, is there already a go signal from ILO to establish this task force? He said, I have not received yet. So I contacted Simil. I said, Simil, what is the status of this? He said, Ben, there's no yet any decision on this. So my mindset was thinking, maybe the UN track might take some time. So the second idea is, why don't we establish an intergovernmental organization to be established by UNSCAP? The reason why I have this proposal is because I work in an interagency in Kuala Lumpur established by UNSCAP called the Asian Pacific Development Center. In Malaysia, donated a 12-story building for that. So that is possible. But given the decision-making among governments, that might take some time also. Now the third idea, last night, Professor Jay and Professor Carlo invited us to the Academy, MLQ Academy. And we had discussions among ourselves. We said, wow, this could be the easiest track for institutionalizing. Why don't we offer this facility and say that we will offer SSE Academy to the ASEAN countries? And our master disruptor, Professor Jay, was telling us last night, we are going to offer courses here that has never been offered in any college or university. So I thought this might be a good idea that we can offer this facility and tell them, hey, look, Vietnam, you can conduct your course here. We have something to offer you. In other words, we want them to populate this facility that Bayan Academy is going to organize. And I think this is the easiest way to do this. How do we do that? The other proposal that Joel, a while ago, asked us to propose, I will propose for that other proposal, I have discussed with some of you, Ayala Foundation discussed yesterday, can Ayala Foundation take the lead of showing the case of a corporation engaging in developing social enterprises in Malaysia? They said, yes, we will do that. Corporation, we're going to bring. From this conference that we have discussed, we'll bring the experience to Malaysia. Why? Because we want to show the other ASEAN countries that it can be done. There are private, for-profit, oriented companies that have the heart to help the poor. And this is the case. Number two, we will bring the case of the government. Quezon City, Ujongan, and Barm. I've talked to, these three. They like the idea. We need to show ASEAN member governments this can be done. It's already being done. And this is what we can bring from this conference to Malaysia. Third, civil society. The civil society, they discussed yesterday, and they said, we're going to bring the regional networks in Asia Pacific that will come from the ASEAN People's Forum, ASEAN Civil Society Conference, to join the ASEAN SDG SSE. So if we can do this, when we come back, we will be well prepared to host this summit in 2026 in the Philippines, because the Philippines will be the host for 2026. Now, I asked our team from Malaysia, I said, can you create an audience with the Prime Minister inviting the Philippine President so that all of us there who will participate, we can talk to the President and tell the President, Mr. President, this is what we are doing. You are willing to give 120 million to the Department of Education, proposed by Department of Education. Can you not give even half of that to this group so that we can build the social enterprise? Well, if you don't get the bante there, 125 million was proposed by the Ministry of Department of Education. That was not approved, But what I'm trying to say is that it's possible, yeah. If we can talk to the President of the Philippines, very difficult here. But if they can arrange in Malaysia, then we have a chance to do that. Then Dato Dinason told me, what if we organize that event in Parliament? I said, much better, because if it is in the Parliament of Malaysia, then the President of the Philippines will be there. We can talk to the President in of Philippines in Malaysia, in the Parliament. In other words, in preparing for 2026, this group here, I think many of you can go to Malaysia, populate, the agenda there, and then convince the Malaysian government to be the one to support Philippine summit, because when we discussed with Dato Dinason, I said, Dato, ASEC doesn't have the resources. We have so many ideas, but very few resources, Is it possible for your group to go to all these ASEAN countries and tell them about the agenda? They said, can do. Yeah? The Malaysians always say like that, can do, can. Yeah? So in other words, there is a possibility that our colleagues from Malaysia can go to East Asian countries and tell them what happened in this conference. But the major thing that we need to discuss here is whether Professor J. Bernardo will take the lead in offering this academy to the ASEAN countries. When our colleagues was listening to Professor J. last night, they were telling me, Ben, how can we make, Professor J help us promote this concept of SDG, SSC? This gave me the idea, of offering this academy to the ASEAN. And if the ASEAN can populate this, there is no other person who can make this work other than Professor J. Let's give Professor J a big hand. This is our idea, Professor J, that you can make this work and we can offer this to ASEAN. This is the least cost way to institutionalize this process of making this annual summit on SDG SSE viable. You know? And if the three sectors, government, private sector, corporate sector, and NGO, will populate this from Kuala Lumpur, Philippines, Thailand, Singapore, Thailand, and so forth. We have partners there, but we need cases. You know? So this is the, I thought that easiest way. Then, you know, I talked to somebody, I will not name it, no? Because, you know, I told this person, we need, you know, young people to populate this academy. So that young person agreed, no, to help Professor J. Now, finally, we need a digital platform in order that we can rope in all this ASEAN, you know, in this journey. And Bayan Aids has already partnered with Crowdera for this purpose. But I was telling Bayan Aids, you know, the digital platform will not have demand unless the skills are there. So my proposal, and this will be elaborated, is that we offer digital fundraising infrastructure as a course in the academy to the ASEAN countries. Finally, my wife is a registered nurse, and she worked in the US. And her classmates are now retired with millions of retirement funds in their hands. Yeah. And I was telling my wife this morning, you know, in SDG, healthcare is very, very important. Why? Because in the car industry, if you don't have car repair shop, no gasoline shop, the car industry will not survive. In development, without healthcare, development will not work. So I told my wife, I know you have a classmate in the US who is a very good teacher and also an entrepreneur. Can she work with Professor J and create a course on healthcare and then partner with former Secretary Galveston and the healthcare because they have funds? Because the vision of Secretary Galveston, is to have healthcare centers all over the Philippines. But you need to train people for that. So in other words, my friends, ladies and gentlemen, there's so many ideas that are floating, but there are only two persons in my mind. That's why I could not sleep at 4 o'clock in the morning. Professor J. Bernardo and Professor Carlo are the persons who can make this work. You know? Now, finally, I would like to ask our colleague, Eric Manalastas, who have partnered with Bayan Edge to develop the digital fundraising infrastructure so that the financing needs of our social enterprises can be addressed. But he will talk about the infrastructure very shortly, because what I want him to discuss is about using the academy to train young people in ASEAN countries. Eric, please. Let's give Eric Manalastas a big hand, please.
Thank you, Dr. Ben, for giving me the opportunity to speak to you this morning. I missed the first 2 days of the event, and for that I'm sorry because I just flew in last night. I had a previous commitment before I was invited. I could not say no to that previous commitment. And I wish I was here with you because it seems like it's a very exciting discussion. I come this morning to you as the ambassador for Crowdera. You probably have not heard about Crowdera, but I would like to introduce ourselves to you. Allow me to pitch this because you might find this very useful. If you are an NGO or a charity, you might find this very useful. We are a software as a service or SaaS company serving charities and non-profit. That's what we do. Okay, so what is Crowdera? What we do is that with our platform, we help you amplify your fundraising activities or your efforts so that you can raise 10,000 times or 10 times more. Amplify your fundraising activities by 10 times. We have a customized, white-labeled, scalable, no-code, and AI-powered, and globally compliant platform. This is the impact that we have done so far. We are currently present or helping in operating in 150 plus countries in our platform. We have supported 22,500 fundraisers, helped and worked with 2,500 plus organizations, and have impacted more than 1 million lives. As mentioned by Dr. Ben a while ago, my task is to introduce to you online fundraising. What are the ways that you do fundraising for your charity or for your NGO? Most people do direct mail, no? Direct mail fundraising. What comes with direct mail is that it costs a lot in terms of material, postage, and handling. Then we have major gifting like events, hosting. It really costs money also. And then you do special events, dinners, fundraising events. Most of the organizations do that, but it's also costly, and not a lot of organizations can afford it. And then there's online fundraising, which should be easy. But less than 30% of the organizations right now use online fundraising. And at the moment, most of the online fundraising platforms are crippled with inefficiencies. We have like high commission fees from the third parties. The owner of the platform will probably hold your data hostage. There will be frustration and the friction because some of the online donations would fall due to bad forms or long procedures. You cannot scale, and some of the tools are outdated. Now, Crowdera will solve all of that for you. Now, we will make it easy for you. We will allow you to have a wider reach for your platform, set up your donors for recurring giving. We can help you simplify your campaign management, make your stakeholders happy. We can give you solutions and services, make you more efficient in your fundraising management, and of course, as your goal, increase your funds that you are raising or increase donations for your group. These are the companies that we are currently working with, the charities that we are working with. Now, you will probably find that a lot of them are from India because we started in India. This is the founder of the company is an Indian. He started this in Silicon Valley around 10 years ago, and that's where we are currently headquartered. So companies like, organizations like, charities like Habitat for Humanity, Wadhwani Foundation. Wadhwani is very active right now in the Philippines also. And also Tata, one of the biggest corporations in India. There are a lot of systems that you'll probably want to look, but I would just focus because we have three products, Crowdera Pay, Crowdera CMS, and Crowdera CFC. But if you will allow me, I would just focus on Crowdera CFC because that's probably where a lot of you will find benefits because it's customized. You can set it up, you can launch, even if your team or you don't have the coding experience. And you can have your own fundraising platform. That's what you can have. You can create your campaign and do peer-to-peer fundraising online in a matter of minutes. You can have an integrated checkout. Now imagine setting up your own online fundraising platform without having to invest heavily on the infrastructure that you will need to set it up and get your platform running in just a matter of, if not hours, maybe just a few days because there are some contents that we have to work with. To give you an example of some of the companies or charities that we have worked with, one of them would be these organizations in India. You can see the amounts that they have raised, the donations that they have raised, how we have amplified their platform, their fundraising campaigns. You can also use this for corporations like Tata in India. What they have done is allowed their employees to participate in their fundraising efforts and they were able to use it in the corporation. Maybe this is something that Ayala Land can consider in enabling and encouraging your employees to be able to donate to some of the activities that we are trying to do here. Our approach in doing this is to provide you with a comprehensive fundraising infrastructure. We already have that. We can help you with the strategic guidance, give you support, help you in acquiring talent, and this is the critical part. The reason that a lot of the organizations right now don't do online fundraising is because they don't have people to do it. There's no talent, no coding experience, no programming experience, especially on the digital marketing side, because online fundraising will require a lot of digital marketing and planning. And that's something that we would like to ask Bayan Academy to consider offering to our charities and NGOs so that we will be able to put in our efforts, consider doing online fundraising, and raise the amounts of donations that we are targeting. We can also help you in your third-party agency coordination. On the next page that I will be showing you with familiar faces, because early this month, sometime last month, we have signed up as one of our partners in the Philippines, the Bayan family of foundations. With the Bayan Edge, I'll show you a snapshot of the screen. This is live, by the way. They will now help provide a platform for all of their charities and NGOs that they are working with to be able to raise funds online using the Bayan Edge platform powered by Crowdera. And if you want a tour, if you want to know how to do that, I think Bayan Edge has a booth there. There's a small QR code that you can scan, register, and schedule a tour with the Bayan Edge team so that they can show you how you can use the platform. And as far as I understand, it's for free. Prof. Carlo, you can use it for free. And you can raise funds there. And one of the projects being highlighted right now is that group. We're also right now offering this platform to BIMP IAGA, or the Brunei, Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, East Asia Growth Area. And I have presented this to Davao last week in the ICT CEO Forum. So that's the platform that we would like to be able to provide for you as NGOs and charities. And that's Chet, our founder, and some of you probably know Dr. Rajan Samuel. He's our CEO in India, and I'm currently handling the Philippine market. One thing that we have found out is that there's really a need for specialists, somebody that understands economy, for online fundraising. And that's the kind of training that they would like to be able to develop to help our social enterprises here in the ASEAN region. Of course, the flagship institution, the Academy, hopefully will be something that Bayan Academy will pick up on, the challenge that they will pick up and offer to everybody's benefits. Thank you and good morning.
Thank you. Sir Eric, can I ask you to remain on stage for a few minutes of question and answer? Yes, and I'd like to call on Dr. Ben and Zoel, if you can join us on stage. We'll open the floor for a few minutes of Q&A if anyone is interested in all the presentations that they have presented. Do raise your hand or hand me a piece of paper if you have any questions, comments, or anything that you would like to say to our speakers. Anyone? Okay, so since they don't have questions at the moment, let's just have our photo. Let's have our photo. Can we stand here in the front? And we'll just have a photo. Thank you very much to our speakers. Thank you very much once again. Let's all give them a big round of applause. Okay, so your snacks have been served. But at this point in the program, we will have a 15-minute break. So feel free to walk around, visit our booths outside, and have your nature break. We will be back in 15 minutes. We will begin the program in a few minutes. Sumasabit ako kanina pa sa mga upuan. Marami ba tao sa labas? Pa-answer niya na sila. Sabihin ko, mag-a-announce ako. Mag-a-announce ako. Na pumasok na sila. We would like to request for the people outside to slowly come in. We will begin our program in a few minutes. We would like to request for the people outside to start coming in and take your seats. We will begin the program shortly.
Wala si crickets bigla. Kahit si Pink hindi nakasagot. Tapos, wala, sabi ko, ano ba yung sabi ko? Okay naman. Yun lang sinabi. Correct. Igaganon na nga dapat natin. Hindi naman na-invite success.
Welcome back, everyone. We now go into our next segment. For our next segment, we will have a panel discussion. We are thrilled to begin our panel discussion on how to advance SE and SSE initiatives for the upcoming key events. The 2025 ASEAN hosting by Malaysia, the Philippines 2026 ASEAN hosting, and the 2025 Philippine SE Roadmap Conference on Technology Innovations for the SDGs. This panel will be led and moderated by the Vice President of the Bayan Family of Foundations. Let us all please welcome Professor Carlo Sagun.
Hi, good morning. I hope you're enjoying your AM snack. So, just keep eating whatever you're eating now. You don't have to stop. Just listen to us while you're doing your thing. I thought Maan was also gonna introduce the other panelists, but I guess we've had Maan for 3 days straight already. So we have to give her some break at some point, right? Before I start with the discussion, I'd like to introduce my fellow panelists for this session, right? And I think the panelists for the session are actually representatives of the key organizers of this particular conference. Of course, it's a conference that's really holding the brand of the Philippine SE Roadmap. It's really an event of the SE Roadmap Council. But at the end of the day, none of these would have been possible if it weren't for the co-organizing organizations, right? So first off, I'd like to call on stage our friend from Malaysia, right? The director of the Policy Solutions Unit of All Party Parliamentary Group Malaysia for SDGs, right? Panir. Right, Panir? Right, so as a context, the first time I met Panir was actually in Bangkok last July. And we were just cooking some of the details for this conference. And Panir would be a great key informant as regards how it has progressed in just a few months' time, right? And the second panelist would be the representative from Asia Solidarity Economy Council. So Dr. Ben Quiñones. So he's been part of various panels. So no need for much introduction, right? But for everyone's benefit, the first time I met Dr. Ben was I think way back in 2016 or 2017, if I remember correctly. That was actually my first time to venture into the world of the social and solidarity economy. Right? And back then, it was just a micro perspective on social enterprise development. And when we got Dr. Ben to be the chairperson of the NGO subsector of the Philippine SE Roadmap, we knew that it was going to be a blessing for the entire movement. Because at the back of our heads, we knew that we had to develop social enterprises, but to grow, as he said, to grow the trees, we had to cultivate the entire forest. So at the onset, we knew that that was what we had to accomplish, and but we had to slowly progress towards bringing in SSE into the discussion of social enterprise development. Because for context, in the Philippines, right, if you bring people to the discussion of social enterprise development, there would be different schools of thought altogether. What more if we started already with SE and SSE? Right? So we had to slowly progress, and now we're meeting, right, at the crossroads wherein together we will be moving forward as a collective already, right? So the third panelist would be our representative from Quezon City, right? Ms. Mona Yap, who's the head of the Small Businesses and Cooperatives Development Promotion Office, right? Quezon City is actually hosting this particular conference, right? And as you have seen in the presentations yesterday, right? Basically, they're really aiming to be the capital of the country, right? And to showcase how it can be done, not just in ASEAN, but as Prof. Mike had mentioned yesterday, how it can be done. They showcase how it can be done to the entire world, right? And it's really something that's doable because Mayor Joy, as the champion of these subject matters, really has the social capital, right? All throughout the world in as far as being able to push this, right? And of course, last but not the least, I'd like to invite to the stage Mr. Philo Alto of Asia Value Advisors, right? So, well, since I gave everyone an introduction, I have to give Philo an introduction too, right? So the first time I met Philo was during the height of COVID, and everything was being shifted online. So we were both panelists in an online webinar, and he mentioned that he was actually a Filipino. So I messaged him, I sent him a direct message that, I'm a Filipino too. Then from there, the relationship grew, and now he's already a co-organizer of our initiatives here in the Philippines, right? So, well, probably for context, since I mentioned that, this is really a Philippine SE Roadmap conference, right? So it has to start from what the SE Roadmap Council allows its stakeholders to actually organize, right? So if you were here last year, you would see that it was really, as Prof. J mentioned in his opening remarks, it was really just a single room, right? Not as big as this one. And that was done on purpose because the entire movement was started during COVID, right? And everyone was really working together through online meetings, right? And if you would remember, it was the conference last year that everyone got together on site and everyone saw each other's faces here in one room and everyone really started collaborating face to face, right? Rather than on small boxes in Zoom meetings, right? And it actually led to inter-subsector collaborations. So that was what actually started that, right? And that was the lone objective of last year's conference. It was really to start those inter-subsector collaborations within the council itself, right? And as we were planning for the conference this year, right, the council approved more than revisiting the 2024 initiatives and really planning about 2025. They had approved to actually introduce, well, the initiatives of the government that would be relevant for us, right? We should also introduce, with the prodding of Dr. Ben, how SSE actually comes into play, right? And of course, given that the Philippines is not working by itself, right? Some semblance of regionalization has to be integrated already because there's a lot to be learned from our regional counterparts, right? And I remember very vividly, right after that meeting, that was a National Council meeting in June, right? In June, June of this year. Dr. Ben immediately said to me, Carlo, there's an ILO SSE conference in Bangkok this June 18, right? And we can already hit two of our objectives with one initiative. If we go there, right, we'll be meeting with the regional stakeholders, the regional movers of the SSE movement. And of course, all of them are international actors. If you bring them together here, necessarily, we'll achieve both objectives already. So Dr. Ben, wearing his hat as chairperson of the NGO subsector, right, and I, as a representative of the co-secretariat, we went there. That's where where I at least met Panir. And then really the output of all the discussions that transpired during that entire week was really for the entire region to work towards the delivery or at least to contribute collectively to the SDGs by 2030. Right? That's really the outcome. It's not about getting into a debate as regards what social enterprise is, whether a cooperative is really a social enterprise. Are all these organizations part of the SSE? Of course, good practice is really based on good theory. So somewhere down the line, that discussion has to be integrated, right? But at the end of the day, we agreed that whatever approach we take on, it's really towards the delivery of the Sustainable Development Goals, right? And as far as the outputs would be concerned, there would be ASEAN level efforts And then, of course, as part of the ASEAN region, there would be country-level efforts. So in the level of the Philippines, it's really the Philippine SE roadmap is one such country-level effort. So there would be another one in Malaysia, another one in Indonesia, and so on and so forth. Of course, within the country level, there would be localization efforts. So that's where BARM, Odyongan, and of course, QC comes into play. And of course, the subsectors, right? And all your programs would be localization efforts, right? And given the discussions as regards all those efforts, we knew, well, that the Philippine SE roadmap is just but a tiny movement in this discussion, right? So we had a discussion as regards how this little conference can play a major role in that big picture. And together with the SSE actors back in Bangkok, we had agreed that, well, we can use this November's conference as a stepping stone towards bigger initiatives at the ASEAN level in 2025 so that it can be continued towards 2026 and so on and so forth, right? So that's the gist of the history of why we're all here in this room, right? So, well, as you have seen, the theme of the conference is really harmonizing the worlds of SE and SSE such that together we can all contribute towards the advancement of the sustainable development goals, right? So probably given that context, and since we have representatives from the SSE world and the SE world in this panel, I'd like to ask Panir of APPGM, right? From an SSE perspective, right? What's your biggest takeaway from everything that the Philippine SE roadmap stakeholders have been doing? Because our tenor then with Panir and the rest of the SSE stakeholders is that the SE roadmap is really an SSE approach towards delivering our tangible objective of developing social enterprises, right? But I guess at that point, our explanation was still a little bit abstract. So at this point, everything has been presented in as far as SE roadmap initiatives are concerned. So we can have Panir as a key informant for the rest of the SSE stakeholders here. What's your take as an SSE mover, right? What's your biggest takeaway from the Philippine SE roadmap initiatives?
Thank you, Prof. Carlo, and thank you for the opportunity to be here. It's such an honor, okay, to be seated with big players. Okay, we are more like a small person sitting here, learning everything. It's like a student in your first year in the university. We are learning from professors, you know. Okay, so like before, in terms of the takeaway, I just want to reiterate one story that Dr. Ben told me when we were first meeting in few sessions. So Dr. Ben was sharing about his daughter, asking him money to buy her handphone, and he actually has a family fund, and he lent money to his own daughter to buy the handphone. And apart from lending the money from the family fund, he also put an interest, am I correct? Interest to that particular money that he gives to his daughter. And he says, you must pay back when you can so that we top up the family fund. That really triggers me because in our family concept, we don't have a such financial sustainability element. I think I apply the same principle in our projects that we can do social development, we can do educational development, environmental, and so on. But without financial sustainability, nothing sustains. You need money to run things, you need money to contribute. That's how I actually came into this SSE idea. Okay? First is actually you need money. So since he's a banker and economist, so Dr. Ben, I like the idea of lending among families and having a micro credit facility among the families and so on. But this actually brings me into the ecosystem that I'm working now, empowering the local community through economical program, through income generation program. That to apply such a principle, microcredit, small group development, small group support structure, and so on, they really can perform way better. So that's how I came into SSE fraternity, I call it, okay, where we meet, first I met Dr. Eri, Ibu Eri, in Jakarta for APF. That's where I met Dr. Ben. And then in further meetings, I came to many understanding. And when we do the publication on SSE this year, January, with our conference in Kuala Lumpur, give me an overall view of what this SSE is. And when I come here, when we first started the discussion also, I'm also a bit confused of what is the connection between SSE and SE. Okay, it's a totally different frameworks that if you refer to Malaysia, it's totally different framework that we are using, where cooperatives, which is the SSE model, doesn't correlate well with SE, the social enterprises. So it was a bit confused for me. What is the similarities and so on. But along the line, when we form all these conference and the past 3 days discussion here, Prof, is actually give me a worldview of what is the connection between SE and SSE. I think both are the same. Both are the same. And the way you empower SSE through SE here is actually what is the way forward that each country, even like Malaysia, has to bring in. So in terms of my takeaway here, I actually learned that how can corporations come into SSE empowerment programs, SE empowerment programs? How does the ecosystem that created by the law, by the framework, that incorporates the local governments, incorporates the corporations, incorporate the MSMEs, as well as the civil society organizations. And you create the ecosystem for people to grow. I was discussing with our members from Malaysia just now that when we develop someone from the lower bottom 40 economical status into an entrepreneur, they may grow their business maybe into getting about 300-400 USD a month income. That can be done. But in order for them to bring their income level to maybe 5,000 USD, 10,000 USD, that requires an ecosystem to support them, an overarching framework to support them. I think here you have that actually. So that's my best key takeaway that I can take it from here, which I will apply through in every of my steps in Malaysia later on. That's all from my side, Prof.
Thank you, Panir. So, well, we got an input from the SSE perspective as regards their appreciation of SE, right? And while I was looking at Panir on this side of the room, I actually saw our SAPSE fellows over there. And I was thinking a while ago, well, I'm missing someone in this panel, right? I'm missing someone in this panel. This was really supposed to be Rod Mark, the president of SAPSE, right?
Not here.
You owe me my coffee.
Is Rod Mark here?
He stepped out for a bit. I will make him come up on stage when he comes back.
Yeah, so, well, probably as a substitute for Rod Mark, and probably just to hear the thoughts of the SE world as regards your renewed perspective of the SSE world, right? Probably we can hear the thoughts of our new MSME chairperson, right? Because you're representing an MSME, the MSME subsector, right? So, well, you're from the SE world, right? You're championing SEs, right? Now that you're hearing that we're integrating SSE into the fold, right? What's your renewed perspective and understanding of the SSE approach?
Yeah, I really like the tree and forest definition. It gave me a bigger, it gave me the picture that I'm actually playing a role in such a bigger environment, right? So, so we're playing a role in the bigger environment, wherein we tend to sometimes work in separate silos, look at very different definitions. But my appreciation is actually it's in a way, I tried to make it a little bit simpler. Like we're here, we're trying to help each other. I used the term earlier about community-driven community-driven economy, wherein it's really about communities. It's about people, and at least what's common would also be the SDGs, wherein we have something that we're all trying to go for. There's something we're all trying to achieve, and as long as we're kind of aligned in that mind, but more importantly, in the heart, I think we're in the right track.
Thank you for that, Raymond. So I was telling my students a while ago at the back of the room that, well, similar to my MESIDEV classes, right? Everything is full of surprises, and that everyone has to be up on their toes, right? And as a fellow MESIDEV faculty, I'm sure Raymond is used to that kind of stuff, right? So probably we can move on to the thoughts of our Quezon City representative, right? Because when we started the collaboration, within the context of the Quezon City LGU, for example, or the Quezon City stakeholders in general, right? There seemed to be an SE world and an SSE world. And then every time we would attend meetings of the SE world and another set of meetings with the SSE world, it seems that the different schools of thought, in as far as the trailblazers within the Quezon City LGU, seem to be on a collision course as regards what approach is really superior, what approach should be taken on, and what approach should be taking a back seat, right? And I was telling them, rather than having an SE versus SSE perspective, it should be an SE with SSE, and that we should learn the best of both worlds. We should recognize the challenges of both approaches, such that collectively we can join hands and contribute to the SDGs, right? So, given that, Mona, do you think to some extent we have achieved that objective through the conference, marrying both schools of thought?
Yes, but before I answer your question, Carl, I would like to thank first PESO through Sir Batoy and Jed, because without them, this conversation wouldn't have started. So I wouldn't have met Doc Ben if Sir Batoy didn't introduce him to me. So first of all, yes, I think we've achieved that. Given that the people in this room is actually what I like about the roadmap is really the composition of all the members, and I think we've achieved the marrying of everything when it comes to government, academe, NGOs, MSME corporations, etc. In Quezon City, when you mentioned something about the coalition, I think subconsciously for the past 5 years we've been doing sort of SSE related, especially in the projects of PESO and in my own department's project. But I think for this year, we finally gave it sort of like a label, which is, it apparently is SE or SSE related. So I think this conference sort of cleared everything up. I know the world is a bit chaotic, literally and figuratively, but I think this conference really helped in letting us, government, map out all the stakeholders and all the steps we need to take, especially yesterday's presentation that was very helpful with the strategic plans. I think right now we have a guide, and through that guide, we have the motivation and the initiatives, of course, to pursue the SSE and become the leading city for this.
Thanks for that, Mona. So of course, the Small Businesses and Cooperatives Development Promotion Office together with the PESO office. And of course, let's not forget the QC Kabahagi office. The three initial movers. I'd like to term them as initial movers because they're really holding the light towards the direction for SE and SSE in the country. So Prof. Mike yesterday actually shared the strategic plan for QC that was co-created by these stakeholders, right? So, Mona, how do you feel about the ambition, both for the residents of QC and, of course, for the internal stakeholders of the Quezon City LGU?
I think for the internal, we feel very thankful because you gave us sort of a blueprint, and all we have to do, I think the most challenging part is, of course, the execution. And Jed and I were talking yesterday that I think we would need to create a separate division for social enterprise, which my office is up for rationalization, so I think that would be a big step we are willing to take. Yes, we do have a cooperatives division, but I feel like like SE and SSE needs to have a separate one. But I told Jed yesterday that I think we can start with creating a task force, because since this is an interdepartmental initiative, then we need representatives and we need to put it in writing. So thank you to the sector, to the members of the roadmap for helping us create the strategic plan. And our commitment is, of course, 100% that we would fully implement this program, not just for the benefit of Mayor Joy, because as you know, she has one more term left, but this is really for the long run. More than politics, this is something that Quezon City really envisions to do.
Thanks for that, Mona. So you saw the different presentations of the subsectors a while ago in as far as 2025 plans are concerned. And you saw that they specifically integrated what they can contribute to QC's program, to QC's plan. So when we initially started discussions with Mona, you could see the angst in Mona's face every time we would have a meeting. Because, well, it's a Herculean task, right, to move so many stakeholders within the country's biggest city at that in terms of population, right? And well, Mona, you have the support of the entire SE roadmap, all the stakeholders, so you're not alone. You're not alone with Peso and Kabahagi. We're all with you in this, right? So, yeah, we saw different ASEAN stakeholders. And one key regional mover from the perspective of the roadmap, as far back as last year, is Asia Value Advisors, right? And the intention was really to infuse regional lessons or regional collaborations as well, right? So that we can fast track everything that we've been doing here in the Philippine SE roadmap, right? So, Philo, you've heard the thoughts of our counterparts, both in the SE world, the SSE world, our SE capital by 2028. So what are your thoughts about bringing in more regional actors? And I was telling Dr. Ben when we went to Bangkok, Dr. Ben, it seems like a good majority of the stakeholders here have very good initiatives, have very good intentions, but it seems like none of them would have the funds. Right? None of the stakeholders here have the funds. So Philo Alto is actually also involved in the impact investment space, the philanthropy space. So having heard all of these initiatives, right? What's your take on further regionalization? And what will it take for the stakeholders to actually attract philanthropic funds, impact investors, and these different funders from the entire spectrum of impact investing into the fold?
Thank you, Carlo, and thanks for having me. It's nice to be back. I was here also last year, and to be very honest, it's very impressive that we have had this opportunity for the different stakeholders to get together, and there's just so many ideas, insights, and perspectives. Everyone does their own thing really well and trying their best to learn from each other. What I would say, and I just want to keep it short because I want to have more opportunities for discussion, is that coming as a Filipino based in Hong Kong, and we are interacting with funders, whether they define their work as funding through philanthropy or venture philanthropy, whether they define their work as supporting projects, initiatives, whether they define their work as supporting startups in the startup ecosystem, each of them, usually in the Hong Kong, Singapore, if you treat them as the financial hubs, they look at funding and support in the context of nandiyan na ba yung produkto? Is the project ready? What are the outcomes and the impacts as they defined it in their terms? That's the first point I want to mention. But I want to pick up on the last conversation that I think Mona also mentioned, is that when we had our trips in Hong Kong, so Prof. J, Carlo, and also Luke was also there, they were very fascinated whenever we talked about the Quezon City story, in the sense that Quezon City is half of Hong Kong size, right? So it's the large, in Hong Kong, so wow, how can they actually organize themselves through that? So the stakeholders in Hong Kong are very impressed that this is actually happening, and that there are different stakeholders working together to get these things done. So that's the context I want to say, that let's not underestimate the impact and the magnitude of our work. Because even though I think for our friends in Malaysia and other countries, you may feel that, oh, where are the founders? What do they look for? How can we attract them? They are very impressed by the breadth and the depth of the nature of the skills, of the nature of the social issues, and the challenges that you're trying to address in your respective countries. But from Hong Kong and Singapore perspective, they said, yes, we do have the financial sophistication, we do have the depth of the capital markets, but the markets within Hong Kong and Singapore is very small, 7 million people, whatnot. But when they look at it, the work that you are all been doing, they will say, wow, how do we tap into them? But they have a gap, and this is where I want to mention my second point, which is as we look into SE and SSE as framing for your respective work over the coming years, if we extrapolate, and going back to your point with Dr. Morato about starting from the end, if and when you expand and do your work over the next 5 years, and that times into the, I think, 2030 SDG goals deadline, for example, you will find that your successful initiatives, projects, and companies will eventually need funding from investors, whether they are impact motivated or not. As a result of that, A, you either wait until you're ready, or B, start having this conversation with them at the start by understanding where they're coming from. So that's the second point. And the last point, I said I'm going to keep it short, but I ended up talking a bit longer, is that there's a need for translation. The skills that all of the translation, parang language translation, SE and SSE are different approaches to define the work that you do so that people can understand collectively the different thematic focus areas that you're doing. At the same time, from an investor's perspective, whether from their foundations or from their marketing arm or from their corporate initiatives, they need to understand how this translates to their own respective impacts. So which means that the skills that we will all need to have over the next 5 years, starting from today, is that as you embed your work and as you continue to progress and try to roll up your different activities and learn from different sectors, is that how do you define or translate your impact in your work with the funders so that they can understand what you're doing, and vice versa. How can they better understand what you do? And my last point, maybe I'll save the last point because I think I'll go on and on, but I wanted to say the last point, maybe that's my closing words. I'll stop there for now. Sorry.
So thank you for those, inputs as regards how we can mobilize more regional actors and in particular, for a lot of our work, more funding, more development funding, whether purely philanthropic or impact investments in nature, right? So at this point, I'd like to go to Dr. Ben. Dr. Ben, we had the mission to actually use this conference as a stepping point, as a jump-off point to some big regional initiatives that are upcoming in 2025 and actually as a means to prepare us also for 2026. Do you feel that we've achieved that?
Thank you for that question, Carlo, because I have talked to several of the participants here. And you know, my bachelor's degree is economics, my master's agriculture economics, my PhD is organization development. Organization development specialist says there are 3 kinds of managers. People who manage things, people who under materials, people who manage people, people who manage events, and people who manage ideas. I am a person who manages ideas, and I share these ideas. And when I share my ideas to 7 of you, including the idea of regionalizing this initiative and the role of the Philippines of bringing this experience to the other countries, many of you are so enamored with the idea, you want to be part of it. When I talked to Carlo, I was telling Carlo, I really admire what you are doing in Bayan Family Foundations. So why? Because you are thinking very organized. You have these sectoral associations, and you have integrated services platform. I said, we Filipinos, we are very good in copying ideas of other countries. Microfinance, we copied here, SDGs, we copied there, Why is it that we cannot initiate something that we can show to the other countries and become the leaders? So when I told Carlo, I think this idea of integrated services platform is a gift that we can give to the other countries. Now, because I manage ideas, I got another idea last night, because I was struggling, with the concept of how do we institutionalize this, It's a beautiful process, but if we're just going to do conferences after conference and we don't institutionalize, like what, Madam Mona was saying a while ago, we have to create a new institution. This is the kind of thinking that moves things, from process to institutionalizing. And when I went to this last night, while everybody was eating, I was saying, my goodness, this is a nice resource here. Why can't we offer this to the other ASEAN countries? So my thinking, my answer to your question, Carlo, is that there's a big potential for us Filipinos to be a gift to the other countries. This must be, our mission. Our experiences here are so rich. The government is there, the private sector is there, the NGOs are there, and we are doing like what, our colleague from the Miss Me is saying. We have something to offer other countries. And I think something in our personality, we were created by God, not only for ourselves, but to be a blessing to other people. And so, with that kind of thought, I said, this is a way by which the Philippines can give the nations in Asia and ASEAN. And when we tell that story to them in Malaysia, I'm very sure they will say, Philippines, we are with you. And if Malaysia and Philippines will come together, the next country, Singapore, will say yes to us. Indonesia is already cooked. I mean, it's already within us, because you see, ASEAN was started by Malaysia, Philippines, Indonesia. That's why the term Mapilindo was coined. Mapilindo. ASEAN started with Mapilindo. So in other words, the Philippines, with this initiative that what we have right now, we can move ASEAN. And we have the resource, But we also have the people, I'm so amazed with Professor J, I mean, when I look at Professor J, I said, this guy is just, having fun, but then creating a lot of resources here and there. He is the guy that can make these things happen, So let me go back to my family because this is my role in my family. I just give ideas, So coming back, I will just end with this. Coming back to what Prani was telling a while ago. I raised my children by involving them in making their managing their finances. When they were small, whenever we go out, I give them some money. This is your shopping money. Yeah? So they go out and then they understand that this is, there is a limit to the spending. Yeah? And then after a while, I noticed that I'm teaching my children to be consumption-oriented. Yeah? Although in my mind, I'm trying to bless them because, I want them to enjoy it. So the next thing I thought was that if they are going to be consumption-oriented, what if they encounter some crisis, They don't have anything to use, and then they come back to me and say, Dad, please solve my problem. That's why I thought of teaching my children the principles of banking. Because every family is something like this, You want to give your children money. And this is happening in all our communities. They don't know how to manage their money. Yeah? So I taught my children, if you go to the bank, they cannot give you money until you agree that you return the money with interest. Yeah. So this is the first thing that I did, insofar as my development was concerned. So to cut the story short, I tested this in my daughter. She wanted mobile phone. She wants to borrow. Because cell phone at that point in time is 20,000 already, minimum. Now it's 60,000, 100,000. The next thing around, she wants to buy a car. She wants to borrow. I said, "No, borrow here, in our fund." That's when I coined the term, manage your own bank, MYOB. Every family must have his own bank. Then later on, she wants to buy a condo. She wants to borrow money. I said, borrow here. Until she got the idea, that she has to manage her own fund. This has been my thing of teaching people. And I did that in India. I teach the people there who were, these untouchables. They sell the night soil. So because I don't speak Indian, I just ask them, who can save 1 rupee per day? So some raise their hands. Okay, not all can raise one rupee. About 1 rupee per week. Already more people. How about 1 rupee per month? More, but not all. Okay, how about 1 rupee per year? Everybody laughed. So I said, in other words, all have 1 rupee. Then every one of you can participate and start your own banking system. Fast forward, 25 years later, 300 million Indians have adopted this. And they are now engaging with the bank. Case study, ASIFA, Association of Service Farms in India. They have 1 million members, 6 households, times 6 million people saving money. They have their own finance company. Imagine if we can do that in our communities. But then I realized, because when I was promoting this, my friends said, asked me to share this but they shared to me the idea of SSE. So I realized that finance is only one of these things. The more important thing is the ecosystem. And then I go back to my economic discipline. That's why I understood this concept of SSE. And coming back to our conference, I was surprised during the session on SSE. There were so many questions, trying to understand what is SSE. And to my surprise, there is, a great appreciation of this ecosystem. So, my dear colleagues, we have a gift to give to ASEAN. And the ASEAN SDG SSE 2025 in May 2 to 3 in Kuala Lumpur is a good opportunity for us to carry this gift and share it to Malaysia. If we can convince Malaysia, we can convince Singapore. If we can convince Singapore, we can convince Thailand. So it's that way. Anyway, Akanot is here. He's already convinced. He will convince Thailand. Thank you very much, Carlo.
Thank you, Dr. Ben, for that. Right? So, well, to some extent, we've accomplished making this conference a jump-off point to everything that will be happening in 2025 and even 2026, right? At this point, I'd like to share how the co-organizers for this year actually started preparing for this 4 months before today, right? 4 months before today. And that was actually providing some leeway already because last conference was actually organized in 2 months. So we thought that 4 months would be enough to really organize all the details of such a conference. And we saw that, hey, if we have much more co-organizers, there will be a lot more inputs and value-adding details from everyone. 4 months might not be enough. And given that, right, we've already asked the National Council in our previous meeting, and even as far back as having the conference design approved, that we'll already be announcing the 2025 Philippine SE Roadmap Conference, right? And it will have a theme of technology innovations in both SSE and SE towards, of course, our significant contribution to the SDGs, right? So why technology innovations? Of course, as Dr. Ben had mentioned, Prof. J actually attended the Coalition Conference in Canada, where he saw that, 40,000 people actually attended this huge technology startup conference where impact investors are actually funding technology startups. So he had the idea of why not make our social enterprises or SSE actors present their potential impact towards contributing to the SDGs and make the funders fund them and scale these up significantly through technology innovations, right? So that next year, that would be the theme, of course, in the spirit of really putting our SE capital forward, right? We will have the support again of Quezon City as our host city for next year's conference, right? And it will be a means for them to also launch their Quezon City My Center, right? Which is right beside the Quezon City Hall, right? And basically, the work for next year's Philippine SE Roadmap Conference will actually start by lunchtime today. By lunchtime today, right? But kidding aside, we hope that we can have, of course, the usual support of everyone. At this point, I'd like to really recognize the support of the Ayala Corporation. Without their support, this conference would not be possible. In fact, even the last iteration of the conference, particularly our movers within the Ayala Group, of course, Carmina Marquez of BPI Foundation, Jinky Aguinaldo of Ayala Land, right? And of course, Jaynan Ednalino of BPI Banco, our sponsors for the conference. So at this point, probably we'd open the floor to some questions from the participants.
Yes, Carlo. We do have some questions. Oops, I'm here. Okay. This is for Dr. Ben and maybe the others. If you do have answers, do tell us. From where you stand, what are the most critical gaps we need to bridge between the Philippine SE roadmap and the broader ASEAN SSE goals? How can we build stronger bridges between local and regional players?
The biggest challenge really is the mind. Every time I go to Beliato communities and I ask them, kumusta na po kayo? Ganito po nakakaraos. In English, we're just getting by. Now that mindset is really constraining because you are not going to strive anymore beyond that level, you know. So we have to teach them how to dream and really look for something that they can do. Now, my experience with poor communities is that when you challenge them to do something, the easiest is to ask them, can you save 1 peso? Because if their mind will say, yes, I can save, you had won the battle in the mind. The battle is in the mind. This is a big constraint in Filipinos. And if we can challenge the Filipino communities, because so many of our communities are, you know, in a very poor condition, to lift themselves up and not wait for somebody else to do it for them, that is already a big step forward. And the social entrepreneurship is something that we can teach them. You know, this is what I have taught my children. By the way, well, I tell you this a bit of information while my wife has called me. My first child is now the chief of presidential protocol of Malacanang. She is that, you know, very young person. And she has already, because she manages well people, you know. What I'm trying to say is that from a very young mind, if you can train the mind of Filipinos to think big, to think that they can do, I think this is the most important thing that we can undertake. Because to lift up communities, you cannot, you know, use the government to beat them up and do subsidies. I think Quezon City knows that very well. It's very important for them to start something It's like, the water pump of the old days. I grew up with a water pump. You have to pour some water in it and then pump it, and then the water from below will come up. The same thing. Local communities must have their own resources first, and then the resources of others will come up. So this is the thing that, SSE and SE must do. And I'm very glad that the next agenda for next year's roadmap is technology, innovation. Because now we can challenge communities, bring up your innovation, and we will help you attract investments for these innovations.
Thank you. Thank you,
Maan,
Dr.
can we read the questions in one go? And then it will also be a means for the panelists to give their
'cause
closing remarks.
There's three questions
Yeah.
here. How can our local Filipino social enterprises contribute uniquely to the ASEAN SSE initiatives? What strengths or flavors do we bring to the table that could have ripple effects across the region? That's the first question. Second, this is for all. ASEAN has a young demographic. How can our SE roadmap tap into the creativity and drive of young people, ensuring that they're central to this synergy? And the last question is, given the fast evolving economic landscape, how can we future-proof the Philippine SE roadmap to stay relevant within the ASEAN SSE goals over the next decade?
Thank you, Maan. Probably we can start with the thoughts of the Banana Chief.
As the youngest.
The new chairperson of the MSME subsector.
Okay, actually, I think I'll kind of move forward and say that I've been thinking the past 3 days, given my limited brain capacity, I think my hands are itching now. I want to move forward and put it to action. I think as a part of the entrepreneurial sector, the business sector, we really want to go out there, really put this to work. So I'm itching. I'm glad Carlo mentioned that lunch break we start working for next year, same as for my sector. Lunch break is for us to start working and get all of these plans into action, moving over and to next year and onward to 2030.
Thank you, Raymond. Panir, your thoughts? Last thoughts?
Okay, so what you can really bring into this 2025 SE Roadmap Conference as well as our SSE SDG Conference is that we have models in countries, like for example, Malaysia has an APPJ model, something that Philippines can adopt. And Philippines has a roadmap model, integration of many subsectors. That's something that Malaysia can tap on. Indonesia might have the model on ASEAN, Secretariat Chairmanship and so on, Secretariat, Home Secretariat and so on. So these are the models that we can learn from each other, which we can bring to our home. And it's not about only developing the people on the ground, people at the grassroots. It's also creating the enablers, the framework people, the agencies, okay, the local government and so on. So we can really learn from each other and do that. And I also wish another thing that we can do here is actually tap into the knowledge and expertise that still available, like our Dr. Dennison, Dr. Ben here. We have Pa Bambang in Indonesia. So these three people are the three musketeers that created SSE model in ASEAN movement and so on. So they are here, they are contributing. We can actually really bring out more publications. As what our Prof. Joe said yesterday, he was brought to a house for an interview for the whole night, and then the book is out. So we can do something like that with our professors here and also Pa Bambang, so that such novel ideas can be documented, institutionalized, and create a pathway for all of us to walk on and so on. That's all.
Thank you, Panir. So we heard the thoughts of Dr. Ben a while ago as regards all the initiatives moving forward. So Mona, what are your thoughts on those questions?
Just to address one of those questions, how to future-proof the roadmap. I guess from the local government's perspective, and also for my last thoughts, I'd like to invite social enterprises to come to Quezon City. We have the environment that you can thrive in. We have access to finance, access to marketing, and access to mentorship, and we can help facilitate all of that and help us in our goals to reach 2028, sorry, 2028. So,
Pwede namang 2025.
ayun, hindi kaya. Ayan, so it's a open invitation. We would like to work, of course, with the academe since most of you, sorry, are located in Quezon City. We would like to strengthen that partnership. Our office already has partnerships with several institutions, but we would like to add on that, and of course to the financial sector as well. Doc Ben was right. We cannot rely on just giving subsidies because actually all our programs right now, they're really all grants. And as much as you'd like to stop that, there still is a need, especially in the micro entrepreneur sector. But in the future, I'd really like to talk about what Doc Ben does with his daughter and the similar community savings group programs that we have. We'd like to strengthen that with your help. So again, this is an open invitation to all social enterprises. If you may know some of them that would like to relocate in Quezon City, we can give you facilities, we can give you money, and we can give you access to our network. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Moana. Philo, your last thoughts.
Yep. So just 3 practical advice and suggestions. Number 1 is prepare for success. What I mean by that is that when you prepare for success, think about who your future and current stakeholders are, and preferably your future stakeholders could be investors, whether they are impact-oriented or not. That's the first one. The second one is learn from each other. Learn from each other's experiences, what works, what doesn't work, share with each other. Within the Philippines, there's a lot of learnings and they're led by the different initiatives, QC, Odyongan, and BARM. You learn from each other so that the other places can say, here's what works, here's what doesn't work, because the political risk for your local areas will be lowered when you've actually seen what works, what doesn't work. And the last one is a challenge. After 3 to 5 years, assuming everything goes well, if you can take away the word social in your activities and see if you can compete with everyone else doing what you do, and then pitch your idea, your project, your startup with investors without the social word, that will be much more effective. So as part of the research, do your research understanding who your future funders are. Ano bang hinahanap nila? What are the impact measurements? How do they define their impact? And SDGs is a perfect way to define those, and as a starting point, because there are funders who don't fund projects, they fund across thematic areas within SDGs, within gender lens, within other areas. So try to see what they're looking for. Start engaging with them now, even though you feel na hindi pa kayo masyado handa, because the workload to do that starts now. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Philo. And with those thoughts, I actually remembered the words of Prof. Pinky from last year's conference, that hopefully, her prayer is somewhere down the line. We don't even have to discuss how our businesses are social, because it's already the norm, right? And we've taken it to another level that we're actually talking the language of our impact investors already, right? And this afternoon, we'll have the Quezon City awarding ceremonies, right? And we'll have separate sessions on particular subject matters, right? And given that, we'll be breaking out in the afternoon. Probably this would be the last time that a certain person who's been mentioned in a couple of sessions this morning can give his response to everything that's been said. So may we call on stage our chairman and president at Bayan Family of Foundations, Prof. J. Bernardo. So I told you, we have to keep everyone up on our toes, right? Prof. J?
Good morning, everybody. I got nervous a little bit with Mona when she said that There's so much capital that you could go for in Quezon City. Be careful because we just announced that you are going to be the SE capital. Not only of the Philippines, of the world. But I'd like to just first and foremost thank everybody who has been here and who has organized and who has helped in the last 3 days of this conference. Of course, especially to our sponsors, Ayala, the Ayala Land, Ayala, Alagang Ayala, BPI Foundation, and Banco, who's always been there. We've been in relationship with them for the last maybe 9 years already, doing SE programs all over the Philippines. And we met a lot of the people in Odiongan, in Barm, also because of them and their projects. And we're glad that we can actually not only thank them back by showing them where we brought all the efforts that they have been doing. And I'd like to react because Dr. Ben kind of volunteered me to do a lot of things. First and foremost, I was telling Dr. Ben, I'm in 2025, of March 1, 2025, I am actually stepping down as the president of Bayan Family of Foundations and giving way to a much younger, more energetic, more organized, and even more smart person who's going to be incoming President Carlo Sagun. And then the table, I was telling Carlo, look at Dr. Ben. He's actually, I was just announcing that I'm going to be stepping down, and he's giving me a new job again. Stepping down in the Philippines, but stepping up in ASEAN. I said, my gosh. Okay, I'll tell you what, there was a question asked to me. They said, what do you feel is the role of Bayan Family Foundations? And this is my real answer to that. And we are not, we don't aim to be the leaders. We don't aim to make ourselves popular or anything of that sort. We are merely a catalyst of everybody's actions. We merely put together all your efforts and try to highlight it to the whole world, for everybody to be able to learn from it through books, through lessons, through conferences, and through other forms that we can actually, through video, that we could actually form. That's who we are. I like collecting comic books. And I'm sure a lot of the people here in the comic book eras, when we look at people and we look at organizations, sometimes you feel so alone in this world of trying to do a difference. You feel so alone. But each one of us actually has a superpower and a super strength, a superpower, like every superhero. And when I see each one, everybody has a superhero. You don't have to do everything. And we don't have to do everything. And that's my message to everybody. You are not alone. You don't have to do everything. We are here, and what we try to do is to put together the Avengers house, where all the people, all our superheroes can stay and come back at any point in time and know that all of us are here together, having our own superpowers to be able to change the world for a better place to live in. That's what we are. And I love seeing it. I love seeing that you're recognizing it. The superpower of the corporations, the superpower of the financials, the superpower of the academicians, the superpower of all of that. Ask yourself, no matter how small you are, because when we look at you, you have a superpower. And how can that superpower actually contribute to making this a better place? We are not trying to be a leader. We are just catalysts. I'm here, and Dr. Ben's right, I'm here to bring energy. And maybe in the next conference, we will put more fun in the whole conference itself. That's what we are. And you know what energizes me? Your energy. That's what energizes me. So it's reciprocal, right? And I'm sure if you meet all the other people who have the superpowers, you will be energized as well. So my message is you are not alone, and I am not alone. And therefore, together, we will be successful in whatever we plan to do. Maraming salamat po. And good morning.
Thank you very much, Prof. J. And thank you so much to our wonderful panelists and future President Carlo. Let us all now stand up so that we can give our panelists their certificates and for the photo opportunity. Okay. Now, before we break for lunch, I'd like to give you some important information about the afternoon schedule. At 1:15 p.m., we will hold the 2024 Tatak SE Kabahagi Ka sa QC awarding right here at the plenary hall, where Quezon City will be awarding grants to social enterprises beneficiaries who have completed the Introduction to Social Enterprise program. This event will run until 4:30 p.m. Meanwhile, for those attending sessions in the Pinway room, we have 4 exciting sessions lined up back-to-back, beginning at 1:15 p.m. and continuing through 5 p.m. Each session will cover distinct topics and bring together experts from across ASEAN to discuss social enterprise education, programs for women and youth, impact investing, and care economy. So again, there will be 2 sessions. The Tatak SE Kabahagi Ka sa QC awarding will be here in the plenary hall, while several panel discussions will be happening in the Pinway room. For those who have not been there, it is just right across Hall 1, right after the restrooms. And so, as we end for lunch, we would like to show you the same day edit for day 2. As we continue this journey of learning, sharing, and collaborating in building a sustainable future.
We have to localize the strategies identified in the National Social Enterprise Roadmap and create local strategies that these government agencies can implement.
The big goal is to foster sustainable economic activities and creating a highly inclusive society.
What we want is to have an actual implementable policy and to mobilize various stakeholders to be able to contribute to the co-implementation of these localized strategies.
Because if you rely on individual citizens, they could also not be mobilized properly. But with organizations and groups, it's much easier to do this.
And we are luckily, because the Bayan Family of Foundations, spearheaded by the Bayan Innovation Group, were able to go there and initiate for the strategic planning of the CISIA to be part of this social enterprise roadmap.
Sandy Candle and Sense, gawa po sa soy wax. Produkto ng mga dedikadong ina ng mga batang CWD.
Ang Warrior Soap po ay gawa po siya sa used cooking oil. Tumutulong sa mga kapwa ko din po na may anak din po na CWD.
Mother's Touch Digital Printing Services, and we would like to support and create opportunities for families with children with disability.
The end question is always, how do we provide opportunities for people to reach their full potential? That is the main role of government.
Tatak SE Social Enterprise Store. Our items are basically coming from all over the Philippines. By helping us and buying these items, you are helping the micro-social startup entrepreneurs.
Mead is an alcoholic beverage made from fermenting honey
And we use honey from our own bee farms.
We are from Plant Lab. Ang products po namin is gawa sa plants. Example po namin product is mushroom adobo, tofu feta cheese, at madami pa pong iba.
Husay Pinay, bag made of recycled papers. Ang workers po natin ito ay yung mga maralitang tagalunsod na kananayan.
Heritage Finds is a modern wearable brand that specializes in handmade and curated collection that features the best of Philippine, indigenous, and local designs.
And the mission is to empower communities while creating vibrant and sustainable impact through social entrepreneurship.
What we did was we expanded the definition to not just social enterprises, but to innovative startups as well.
There was a need to empower the people and to activate the people. And one of the ways in which we did this was through organizing people's organizations and associations. We found that governance became easier and lighter because it wasn't just government moving, but these associations and organizations as well.
I'd like to invite you to join or check out BPI Foundation's program for social enterprises, the BPI CNAG.
For the BPI CNAG, it focuses on the social enterprises.
I'm from Ayala Land, and these are our beaders, partnered with Barangay Carmona for beaded bags training. And now our nanays, our beaders from the community, and off to public selling at our circuit mall.
Integrity is one of the very crucial principles that we really want to take up under this SSE and SE model.
I think it's quite important that we document and remind them, inform them about what is important and might be helpful for the country.
Kami po ay isang small social enterprise sa Barangay Payatas. Gawa po yan ng mga nanay namin. Sa ganyan, ito po mga ginagawa nila ay livelihood program po namin para sa kanila, kung saan kami po ay nakakatulong sa kaunting paraan, pantusto sa pang-araw-araw nilang pangangailangan.
Urban farming ng Barangay Botokan. Kami po ay nagkakaroon ng activity, livelihood, gaya ng feeding program, at nagbababa na rin po kami ng training.
There are no plans that can ever become successful without broad-based support. And so the first role of government is really that, to inspire and motivate the entire city, not just the organization that will pursue the plans. And the government can do this by sharing its ambitions, its aspirations, and its intentions.
Do more, do better, and do together. So let's keep charging the SE battery to work together, one collaboration at a time.
I think what we all have to realize, if we want true development and progress, then we have to be able to support the people through social enterprises. Empowering them, that is such a big piece of the puzzle.
Hello. Lunch is now served, buffet outside. Tables 9 and 10 will be, your food will be served on your table. Do take your lunch. Buffet is now available outside. Table 9 and 10, your food will be served on your table.
Islamic Liberation Front has continuously struggled and hopefully not in vain. Our theme today in our gathering is transforming the MILF into social movement, the most viable option in a democratic struggle.
Sa Babubang sa Muro Agri-Product Marketing Cooperative po ay unang-una nabuo ito na samahan ng mga kabataang mga MILF via Combatang na kung saan ay ang kapatiran po nila, ang definition po sa kanila ay ang jihadism. So dahil po sa ngayon po ay pinapairan ng advocate ng ating MILF leadership. So mayroon na pong agreement between the government of the Republic of the Philippines at saka ang Moro Islamic Liberation Front. So mayroon na po tayong tinatawag na transitional period o kaming mga biyak ay isasalin bilang mamamayan na may pakinabang sa ating gobyerno. So, yung ibang programa po, yung ibang mandato po ni Asaba Gobang Samoro is kung paano po nag-i-initiate siya or nag-i-initiative po siya na yung kanyang mga membro merong mga skills tulad po ng mga skills sa cooking or yung food processing. So, ini-impose po natin yon kasi mayroon tayong mga membro dito, mga kababaihan na mayroong mga skills sa food processing. So, pwede po natin yun sila ma-impose yung mga kanilang mga kakayahan, yung kanilang galing sa pagluluto ay pwede po natin ito siya magamit na mga product na pwedeng ipalabas sa ating mga market.
Sabab kani sababu inania na skill ko kangkong chips nakuha na ko adam bisang kataga nakakamali na basta-basta utod ka na mga ayaman. Saguna nagkakilala din sa kangkong chips.
So, si Kasama Bubang sa Muro Agri-Product Marketing Cooperative po ay mayroon din itong membro na nakapag-aral po sa Agricultural Training Institute po na sa paggawa po ng mga seed grower. So sila po yung nagmamanage sa aming demo farm na kung saan doon din po namin ginagamit yung mga ibang skills namin sa pagpapausbong po ng aming demo farm. Ngayon po, yung programa po ni Asaba Bubang sa Muro Agri-Product Marketing Cooperative ay mayroon po silang goat farm na minamanage po ng aming kooperatiba. So yun po ay galing sa Mapar Farm, especially sa geographic area po ng barn. So yung manure po ng aming kambing, yung mga goat farm namin, is ginagawa po namin itong fertilizer na naman po, ginagawang organic, na doon din ginagamit sa aming mga gulayan. Na kung saan kasi meron kaming mga membro na merong skills po sa paggawa ng mga foliar fertilizer po. So, pinaprocess po nila ito. So, hindi na po kami nakakabili sa market ng mga i-apply naming pataba sa aming mga gulay.
Sukur-sukur kami sa kano ingala no si Sia Bar naman sa kano project tabang sabab kano ingala no kami ako cooperative pagdabangan nila sa kano nasisita nami na sukur kami sabab kano initabang yan sa kami na masla impact nin kano kami cooperative manat sa kano membro na taman ka no langon ng tataga prana mas lain na dawangan.
Patulong po ni Asaba Bubang sa Moro Agri-Product Marketing Cooperative and also with the help of our barangay LGU, yung mga municipal LGU natin, at saka yung ibang ahensya po ng barn, at saka yung mga non-government organization po, maging international man, o sa local government NGO po. So pwede po itong makatulong para sa amin na ma-impose po yung aming mga produkto.
Ako si Eloisa Diga, ang owner ng Session Groceries. Ang main na advocacy ng Session Groceries is to help the local farmers sa tatlong bagay. Ma-educate sila na ma-transition from just a farmer na maging isang entrepreneur, fully entrepreneur. Pangalawa is magkaroon sila ng market kasi yun naman ang laging problema ng mga farmer. And yung number 3, makagawa tayo ng isang innovation which is yung food processing.
I'm Emilia Pablo Kiwan from Alfredo's Farm, isang entrepreneur and isang food processor. Nag-start po kami noong 2019. Kasi nung hindi pa kami partner sa Session Groceries, talagang nahihirapan kami sa pamumuhay. Nung nagsimula kami ng Session Groceries, noon na kami parang nag-start na nagsusupply ng mga gulay, tapos ang ginawa ng Session Groceries ay ini-post sa mobile apps.
Ginagawa ng Session Groceries ngayon is nag-i-evolve na tayo. Dati meron lang tayong mobile app. Hindi kasi siya total na solution. Okay, may mobile app, i-display yung farmer's product, pero hanggang doon na lang eh. Si Session Groceries, nag-e-evolve na doon sa, mas nag-evolve pa doon sa Farmers Academy. Ngayon yung Farmers Academy natin, ginawa na nating TESDA accredited. para may nakukuhang certification yung mga farmers na tinitrain natin.
Mayroon na kami sa Session Groceries, nagsimula kami nag-trainings. Yung mga trainings na dinadaanan namin, maraming trainings, parang marami kaming knowledge na natutunan.
Doon nga sa food processing, ngayon ang ginagawa na natin sa food processing, ini-ensure natin na bawat farmer, pagka meron silang pinoproduce, sasalang sila sa training. Yung susunod, i-assist na natin sila sa FDA, i-assist natin sila sa halal, i-assist natin sila sa HACCP certification, bukod sa pagkakaroon ng business permit. Ngayon, meron na silang fresh product, pero yung mga itinatapon nila supposed to be sa farm nila, ginagawa na nilang byproduct. Siguro isang magandang kwento dito is si Damayos Farm. Yung bawang niya na mga maliliit, dati sinusunog nila yun. Ngayon, nagiging product na siya, nagiging garlic paste na. And meron tayong international market, which is ang USA, na gustong i-export yun.
Halimbawa kami may mga second class or kaya reject, except na itinatapon namin yun, ginagawa namin na pinaprocess, tapos source of income namin. Kasi kapag itinatapon na namin yun, hindi na gumagana. Tapos kung pinaprocess mo, maging dagdag income.
Ano ang kailangan ng isang magsasaka? Kailangan tinatabihan mo siya, kinakausap. Ano pa yung kailangan mo para may ma-improve tayo sa society? Sa tingin ko, ang pagiging social entrepreneur, it's an ecosystem na ini-involve mo yung lahat ng tao. At pag na-involve mo siya, generational ba ang magiging solution?
Sana gusto ko mga co-farmer, sana mag-join sila sa mga trainings para parang ma-enhance sila ngayon na marami silang matutunan about the trainings.
Si Emilia is part na ng mga partner farmer na medyo nagkakaroon ng change. Pag sinabi namin we're helping farmers, we're really helping farmers. What is important, kahit 4 o 1 lang ang maiwan, is nakakagawa talaga tayo ng change doon sa specific farmer na yun.
Ngayon, andito ako sa bread and pastry na nagtatraining. Ang wish ko lang sana in the future, magi akong ganun, maging owner.
Since nabago ng Session Groceries yung buhay ng isang specific farmer, ibig sabihin tama yung sistema. Tapos nakikita ko, forward-looking, pagka nagawa ng maganda tong ginagawa ng Session Groceries para sa farming community, tingin ko may malaking magbabago dito sa industry nito. Hindi ba natin kayang ibigay sa farmer na sila yung yumaman? Yung future dreams ng Session Groceries is lagi sa farmers. Yung matransition talaga ng farming community yung buhay nila.
Basta maraming salamat sa Session Groceries kasi sila ang tumulong sa amin na magbibinta ng mga gulay namin at may pinagkuhan kami ng pagkain.
So yun yung isang mga pangarap ng session is magkaroon ng true dignity pa rin ang mga farmers. Na pagka sinabi nila na ako ay isang magsasaka at ako ay isang negosyante, nakakatulong talaga siya ng malaki for the economy ng Philippines. Kung may mabago man lang tayo kahit 10 farmer na magaya ng 10 pang farmer, magduduplicate in the next 20 years.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May the peace and blessings of our Almighty be upon us all. Ako po si Siti Irene C. Lumangkulog, the chairman of Ikram Agricultural Cooperative or Ikram Mushroom Farm. I grew up in the spirit of perseverance. That is probably why, after witnessing and experiencing the struggles of life due to the Marawi siege, after being displaced for years, and finally, the government allowed us to return to our houses, only to discover that we no longer have a house to return to. I chose to stand up and rebuild our lives, and hopefully offer inspiration to our fellow Maranaos who suffer the similar challenges. Of the IDPs from the most affected areas, or also known as the ground zero here in Marawi City, and due to the loss of our livelihood, we opted to look from our environment any livelihood opportunity that we can identify. So nakita po namin itong sawdust na hindi po siya ginagamit, pero maaari po siyang maging harmful sa environment, pati din po sa taong nasa paligid ng community. So ginamit po namin ito, tulong na din ng internet sa research at saka sa nakipag-strategic partnership po kami sa mga mushroom grower din po dito sa Lanao Sur. Itinatag po namin itong Ikram Mushroom Farm. So sa ngayon, gumagawa na po kami ng fresh oyster mushroom. Alhamdulillah, now we are processing it further into a byproduct, into a mushroom crackers. Chips. As we are engaged into farming, farmpreneurship, we believe that we are one of your best partners in protecting our Mother Nature. Supporting us, supporting our cause, supporting our campaign, supporting our advocacy is not only ensuring our well-being, but it is you saving lives and saving our world.
Nobody wants to be in a place like this, in a situation like this. We took a courage and looked for a profitable business opportunity. After further research, we learned that having this mushroom production is requiring a very minimal capital. So we engaged into that. Sole proprietorship, we will move into a cooperative to accommodate them, give them a sense of ownership of the enterprise. So that is how we began our mushroom production. Ikram is an Arabic term which means generosity. It is giving something without expecting something in return.
Taos-pusong nagpapasalamat sa lahat po ng tumulong at umagapay sa aming pag-unlad, inshallah.
plain housewife po talaga ako. Nag-aasikaso po sa bahay, may 5 anak po na inaasikaso araw-araw. Nag-isip po ako ng pwedeng pagkuha ng extra income. Tapos po, yung kapitbahay po namin, padaan-daan po siya sa amin. Nakita ko po na naka-yellow siya. Nagtanong ako, sabi ko, saan ka nag-work? Sabi niya, dyan lang sa may gusto mo mag-apply, sabi sa akin. So, tinry ko po, nag-walk-in po ako.
When we started in 2014, hindi talaga namin naisip agad na mga babae lamang yung i-recruit namin. Yung concept na iniisip namin was a part-time job for anyone. I think over time, the business model of part-time or pagiging freelance, kumbaga, ay mas nag-work sa mga kababaihan, especially mothers, kasi sila yung naghahanap ng ganoong opportunity. They have to manage their own families, their children, no? Kasi pag uwi nila sa trabaho, sila pa rin ang gagawa ng lahat. Kaya nila nagustuhan ng happy helpers kasi they only work 5 hours a day.
Ang kagandahan po nito, ma'am, kasi 5 hours lang po yung maximum na job namin. So, pag uwi ko po ng bahay, nagagawa ko pa pong maglinis, maglaba, pwede pa akong magluto. Marami pong natutunan dito, hindi lang po yung financial na naitulong. Nung nag-happy helpers ako, nako-consider ko na yung, nagtitraining po kasi kami, nako-consider ko na yung taas. Kailangan palang tumingala ka din sa taas. Makikita mo yung mga agiw, yung mga wall, kailangan mo din palang isama sa paglilinis, pati yung pagpupunas-punas ng mga gamit, ganun po. Dati po kasi sahig lang, okay na.
Ang duties namin dito, kami yung nagtitrain sa mga bagong applicant or bagong hire ng happy helper. Kami yung nagsusupervise. Kami din yung nagli-lead ng team sa mga big jobs. Yung high quality, importante yun na mabigay namin sa aming mga kliyente kasi napapasaya namin yung aming mga kliyente, umuulit sila ng service or nagpapalinis sila ulit.
Conflicts, inequality, and division. Threats to our environment. The challenges facing the world seem insurmountable, but a better world is possible. Rising to these challenges is beyond the reach of one person, one organization, or one country. It's crucial that we work together, and the Sasakawa Peace Foundation is committed to global collaboration in pursuit of a brighter future. As a think tank, we conduct research to delve into the background of global challenges, working alongside experts and partners in Japan and around the world. We seek to build our collective knowledge and develop proposals based on our shared expertise, transforming ideas into action. As a do tank, our activities are also firmly rooted in the field. We work closely with partners around the world, collaborating on projects that integrate the perspectives and priorities of communities on the ground, gaining new insights at every step. Bringing together the think and do aspects of our work, we strive to create opportunities for innovation, By connecting partners and ways of thinking from around the world, we seek to spark new ideas and new approaches to tackle global challenges. We are a think, do, and innovate tank that envisions a world that can transcend the differences that separate us. The Sasakawa Peace Foundation is dedicated to working toward a more harmonious, sustainable, and inclusive future made possible through the efforts of the global community and generations to come.
Hi, I'm Jinky Aguinaldo. I currently head the Alagang Ayala Land program of Ayala Land.
My name is Patch Dulay. I am the founder and CEO of the Spark Project.
Hi, I'm Professor J. Bernardo. I'm the chairman and president of the Bayan Family Foundation.
I'm Joy Reniva, Associate Director of BPI Foundation.
Hi, I'm Kathy Santa Maria. I'm a trustee of BPI Foundation, Senior Vice President at BPI.
My personal definition of social enterprise is a business with a heart.
So nandun yung business side of it, but at the end of the day, dapat nandun yung puso ng entrepreneur para sa mga tao at sa planet.
Ang tatak ng isang social enterprise, para sa akin, it has to deliver and remain true to its mission.
Sa social enterprise dito sa Pilipinas, unang-una, mapaglingkuran natin ang mamamayan at maihahon natin sila sa kahirapan at matugunan natin ang mga problema ng lipunan.
The TAP SE or the TAP social enterprise is really building on our community. We really need to support this marginalized sector. You really have to go through the ground, on the ground. So that means really a lot of interactions with the communities and a lot of collaboration and empathy also so that you could resonate with them.
We want the SE to be successful such that it can really help the country recover.
Paon na rin ng sarili dahil naniniwala kami na yung pagpapaunlad ng sarili, ito na yung pinakaambag natin doon sa ating lipunan.
Saying yes to the social enterprise ecosystem is your contribution to national development.
I think the most challenging is the change in mindset. To begin with, change is really difficult for everyone. So when we visit communities, we started hearing the stories or the effect that we had with the women that we were working with, stories of happiness, hope, and we met the women weavers who are the beneficiaries of Tagulwanan Women Weavers Association. It was so heartwarming to hear one mother say that she can now provide the basic needs of her family because of her work as a weaver in the organization. We have this positive bias towards this most marginalized sector in order for them to benefit from this venture.
Whenever you hear stories of their success and how grateful they are to our organization, to our institution, sabi ko nga, lagi pa rin ako kinikilabutan every time merong mag-approach sa akin na isang SE or even a self-employed micro-entrepreneur telling me na kayo lang ang nagpahiram sa amin, kayo lang ang tumulong sa amin, maraming salamat. Yung ganun lang yung ganung sentences lang, nakakatama ng puso.
The most fulfilling part of working with the SE community is the people and the impact that you see.
What's most fulfilling for me is that we're able to help communities. Not BPI, our vision is We build a better Philippines, one family, one community at a time.
For me, the most fulfilling part of working with the SE community is really the stories that you learn from interacting with social entrepreneurs.
We should come together and change the mindset of the youth that success is no longer about how much we accumulate, but rather how much we contribute to society. Our legacy together is the impact that we created in doing the upliftment of our people. I hope that you join us because the more we are, the better we'll be and the bigger impact that we can create.
Sama-sama tayo sa Tatak Social Enterprise.
Makibahagi sa Tatak SE.
Makibahagi sa Tatak SE.
Makibahagi sa Tatak SE.
Makibahagi sa Tatak SE. Makibahagi sa Tatak SE.
Makibahagi sa Tatak SE.
Makibahagi sa Tatak SE.
Makibahagi sa Tatak SE.
Ako po si Melina Pinas, 10 years na po sa Accents and Petals. Meron po akong pinsan noon na nakikitira sa kanila. Every time po na dinadalaw ko, yung pinsan ko na yun, nakikita ko yung paper beads na ginagawa nila boss. So, nagandahan po ako doon at saka na-curious na rin kaya nagtanong ako kung paano nila yun ginagawa. So, year naman po nila, tinuruan akong gumawa ng paper beads. And then from there, gumawa na ako ng paper beads at parang tsaka nila ako binabayaran. Bukod po sa stable na trabaho, naging aware po ako sa mga bagay na akala ko ay wala nang halaga. Pero kung papansin mo yun, pagtutuunan ng oras, makaka-create tayo ng magandang product mula doon sa patapong bagay.
Right now, for Accents and Petals, we have more or less around 14 direct beneficiaries. These are our direct employees, and then they benefit from our shop. Our indirect beneficiaries, these are our suppliers of raw materials coming from different provinces. And then another group would be our suppliers of the materials that are already finished. Pagdating sa mga suppliers natin, una-una sa lahat, meron silang sufficient na raw materials. Yun yan. Second would be, our suppliers should be working with the community. It is much better and we appreciate it more if they are working as a community. So for example, if they gather corn husks, they are working as a community. So mas malaki yung natutulungan natin. We also have indirect beneficiaries like working students. So yung mga working students na ito, if they have time, they come and help here sa shop, trainings. When it comes to indirect beneficiaries, we have these communities that we are helping. So we get raw materials from them, we get supplies from them, and also yung mga families nila, syempre natutulungan din natin.
Ako po si Melina Pinas.
Community, mission, and then impact.
People, profit, and planet.
So there's a need, there is potential market, possible for cooperation.
Top of my mind right now, Gawad Kalinga, is that a social enterprise brand or maybe a social enterprise community? Tapos yung pangalawa, we visited it recently, yung Villa Socorro Farm. We love their banana chips and we love what they're doing on that community.
My favorite SE brand, definitely, Pico and Pico Adlay.
I believe na ang future ng social enterprise sa Philippines would be every single business ay gugustuhin maging isang social enterprise para makatulong hindi lang sa kanilang sariling negosyo but para sa komunidad.
Pangarap ko sa mga social enterprises sa Pilipinas ay sana mas marami pang tao at institusyon ang sasama sa adhikain nila para mas maraming matulungan at mas maiangat yung kalidad ng pamumuhay nila.
Back in 2006, my husband and I started Peace Builders Community, joining other peace workers, trying to understand and listen to the people here at kung bakit for over 30 years, laging may gera dito sa Mindanao. And as we listen to their stories, mas malalim yung nakita namin na hindi pala religion ang problem. It's more than religion, it's about land problem. So, kapag land problem, parang ang hirap isolve kasi it would be involving two parties that are fighting over a piece of land. So, yung ganong conflict, kailangan ng malalim na usapan. Nakaka-frustrate, parang wala na kami magagawa. But, one thing that pushed me, bakit kaya hindi natin servan sila ng coffee? So when we serve coffee to two conflicting parties, dialogue started. So sabi ko, wow. So nagda-dialogue sila, walang putukan. That instance inspired me to register or to claim that name, Coffee for Peace. So Peace Builders Community, our non-profit organization, Coffee for Peace is our social enterprise that addresses the economic issues of the community. Bakit? It's because you can talk about peace, but if you're hungry and if you have no shelter, you cannot concentrate listening to peace.
When it comes to conflict, kung sa hanap buhay, mahirap talaga ang buhay ng tribo. May kahirapan talaga sa buhay ng tribo. Kasi, siyempre, sa bundok kami nakatira, at hindi tulad ngayon na may mga access road, may mga farm-to-market road, may mga provincial road na. Sa una, mahirap talaga nung kabataan ko. Buslo lang yung dinadala namin para magpunta sa market. At saka nakapaa lang kami, walang tsinelas, para magbenta. Well, sa Coffee for Peace and Peace Building Community, kami po sa Binaton Bagobo Tagabao Farmers Livelihood Association, nagpapasalamat po kami sa kanila kasi sila po yung may nag-train, no? Marami silang tinuturo sa amin na para umaangat yung process ng pagkapi. No? Kasi nakita nila na merong mga potentials kasi almost nung mga farmers dito may mga kapi talaga. So, yun. So marami silang nagawa not only sa farming but also sa values.
Ikaw yung parang sa kanila, magga-guide sa kanila. Are you still on the right track? As a guide and counselor for them, and as a leader, dapat alam mo kung saan sila patungo at ginaguide mo sila. Now, yung mga yun ay very important para maging sustainable sila. Kasi if they own this concept, sila na yung magpapatuloy. So, hindi ka naman mo problema na kailangan pang lagi ka nandun sa community. Sila na yung nag-aasikaso sa orders nila. Then we know that we can release them as a community. That we can just be an advisor to them. We let them retrieve back their hope and visioning. So, pinapadrawing namin sila as a group. How do you envision your community 5 years from now? So, sa pag-drawing nila, makikita mo may plano sila. Makikita mo na, ay, yun palang gusto nilang marating. Then the next question is, how do you get there? So, ikaw ngayon, ililid mo na lang sila at igagay. So, to have sustainability, the idea should come from the community.
The most fulfilling part is that it gives you a sense of purpose. It gives you a sense of mission. It's a sense of self-fulfillment, of being able to help others, being able to serve others. Again, there's this, I'd refer to it as legacy siguro from our founders. They find satisfaction, they find happiness outside of the financial reward from being able to serve other people in the form of what they call psychic income. In other words, it need not be financial, no? But you get satisfaction, you get fulfillment out of psychic income from being able to serve other people. We need to be able to live up to the name cooperative. We're here to cooperate. That's where the essence of cooperativism lies, in being able to work together, in being able to band together.
We all need to be educated about the potential of being online, while also understanding that there are different support actors and different channels and different requirements that would help you become successful in online selling or having your businesses online. I think education is key, number one. Second, I think government still plays a critical role in providing additional support for these online businesses to thrive. Next is, I believe that there is still a huge gap in terms of logistics infrastructure that can pave the way for far-flung areas to also take advantage of the online space. Obviously, the online space is only one of the strategies or one of the channels to go to market. The other steps in the value chain and the supply chain require other things as well, which includes logistics, that there is still a gap present. Being digital is a great equalizer in its own right because it gives everybody the level playing field to participate. It's just a matter of being able to reach the right market, communicate your brand message properly, and take advantage of this digital space wherein I can now start selling to other countries globally.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you have enjoyed your lunch. For our participants who will be moving to the Pinway room, you may do so onwards. There are
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. The panel